Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the April 21, 2023 virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Brian Sanchez. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am the chairman of the ZBA. Springtime in Chicago is here, and Earth Day is tomorrow. Chicago is known for many things, and its beautiful parks is one of them. Tomorrow, there are cleanup events at nearly 100 of the city's parks, along with an Earth Day celebration at Humboldt Park. I encourage everyone to participate in one of these events in order to help keep our city parks beautiful. I also want everyone, but especially people that regularly appear before the board, to be on notice that we will be updating our findings of fact forms in the coming months. Among other things, the updates will specify the pictures we want to see from you, and for variations in particular, we will now be requiring everyone to do a reasonable return analysis. So please keep an eye out for that. And now, on with the meeting. First, I'd like to take judicial notice of the fact that on March 31, 2023, the governor of the state of Illinois signed a disaster proclamation declaring all counties of the state of Illinois a disaster area due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. This disaster proclamation is in effect until May 1, 2023. Thus, Section 7E1 of the Open Meetings Act has been met. Second, I am making a determination pursuant to Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the board is not practical or prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to Section 7E5 that because of the disaster declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Zoning Board of Appeals or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Third, this meeting will operate under the emergency rules governing the conduct of remote public board meetings and provisions for remote public participation, which are posted to the board's website. In line with these emergency rules, today's meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is a virtual meeting that is being simulcast to the general public via live streaming. It is also being recorded. We've established these virtual hearings in keeping with the governor, the General Assembly, the mayor, and city council's goal to continue government functions while maintaining transparency and public safety, but there are technical limitations to this format that we must collectively manage, particularly with respect to the presentation of new evidence during a hearing, the ability for applicants and objectors to resolve objections or amend proposals during the hearing, and the participation of large numbers of people. As a result, any material to be presented to the board, whether by applicants or members of the public, was required to be submitted in advance of the meeting. For those who do not regularly appear before the board, I will go over a few things for those who will be participating in the meeting. One, we are operating under the emergency rules. So for all applicants, objectors, and their attorneys, if you did not send us your exhibits by the cutoff date and time, you will not be able to reference them. Two, all participants will be listed as attendees within the Zoom meeting until your matter is called. At that time, we will promote you to a panelist. Please accept the promotion. There will be a short switchover where you will lose the feed, so don't be surprised by that. Three, if you are here in opposition or support of a matter, when your matter is called, please raise your hand so that we know you are here and may transfer you to a panelist. If you are listening to this meeting via phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. 4, once you are set as a panelist, please present your case. Board staff will be presenting the PowerPoint exhibits for everyone as we normally do, so you will not need to manage sharing your screen. 5, please be mindful of background noise and please mute yourself when you are not speaking at all times, including now. 6, in addition, please note that we have a court reporter preparing our record, so it is important that 2 people not speak at the same time. You might see me muting someone if that happens. 7, if you're an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream. This will cause audio interference. Let me repeat that. If you're an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream in tandem. 8, please make sure you identify yourself when you are speaking. This goes for attorneys, applicants, members of the public, and board commissioners. Since all of us are remote, we and our court reporters cannot always see who is talking at any given time. I will also be administering oaths for each witness individually to accommodate for this. When I do swear you in, please spell your last name. 9, if an applicant or anyone in opposition or support to the application has any technical issues presenting their case and is unable to proceed, we will attempt to continue the matter until the end of the call to create time to resolve the issues. If unsuccessful, we will continue the matter until a subsequent meeting. 10, after your matter or matters are concluded, please leave the Zoom meeting to ensure adequate capacity. If you are interested in continuing to watch our meeting, which I hope you are, I encourage you to watch the live stream, which is accessible from our website. Now, I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call vote to establish quorum. Commissioners, after I call your name and you state that you are present, please verify that you can hear and see me. Commissioner Brooks.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposito.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Thank you. Commissioner Toya.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Thank you. I am present. Quorum is established. The minutes of February's meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The minutes are approved. The minutes of March's meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The minutes are approved. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The agenda is approved. Now it's time to take continuances and withdrawals. If you have any requests for continuance or withdrawal, please raise your hand. I can see we've got Rolando here. Councilor Acosta, do you have a continuance or withdrawal?
Yes, sir. I have both, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant on page 10, items 44-23S, 4523Z, 4623S, and 4723S. We'd like to request a continuance on this matter so we can continue our dialogue with the Department of Planning, hoping for May if possible, Mr. Chairman, but I leave it up to you.
One second. Okay, this one will be continued to June. It's going to be June 16th. So for matters 44-23-S, 45-23-Z, 46-23-S, 47-23-S, and 48-23-S will be continued to June 16, 2023.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
On 4823S, we were actually withdrawing that matter.
Oh, okay.
Just only the first four.
Oh, I got you. Okay, so 48-23-S is withdrawn. And then we are going to continue 44-23-S, 45-23-Z, 46-23-S, and 47-23-S to June 16, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Any other continuances or withdrawals? Councilor Fatikas?
Good morning, Chairman Nick Fatikas, Law Offices of Sam Banks. Actually, the first case on the call, 11823A, we'd like to have a continuance. We had some issues with witness availability. So the earliest date that the board sees fit, we'll be ready to go forward.
Okay. Okay, this one we can continue to May 19. So this is calendar number 118-23-A. Will be continued to May 19, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
And then, Chairman, I also have the first two continuance matters on page 9, 44622S and 44722Z. The applicant's chosen to withdraw the applications, and we just ask that the withdrawal be without prejudice.
Okay, you said 446-22-S and 447-22-Z.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so these matters will be withdrawn without prejudice. These are calendar numbers 446-22-S and 447-22-Z will be withdrawn without prejudice.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, Councilor Berberian?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we're up with calendar number 58-23-S. It's at the top of page 11. We are still working through some parking issues at that site, so we'd like to request a continuance.
Okay. Do you have a request for a specific month?
If it's at all possible to be moved to May, we would appreciate it, but we understand if June is the only date.
Okay, this one's going to be continued to June. So this is calendar number 58-23-S will be continued to June 16, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other requests for continuances?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Counselor Kupiec, how are you?
I'm good, Mr. Chairman. I just had a procedural question and perhaps Victor Risa could help me with this. I have one case today that for some technical reasons, Victor had assigned a new case number to the particular case with the old case still showing on the agenda. And I believe Victor was going to mention that, put it on the record, perhaps withdraw that old case and let us proceed with it under the new case number.
Right, that was you're going to be withdrawing 96, and that is which is also the same as 119. Is that right?
Exactly. On my page 12, last case on the agenda, 9623Z for 1223 North Marion Court. That 96 is the old case number, and I believe his intention was to withdraw that and let us proceed on page 1 under the new case number of 11923Z.
Yes, that's correct. That is how we're going to proceed. So for the record, 96-23-Z will be withdrawn, and Counselor Kupiec and the applicant can proceed on under 119-23-Z.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other requests for continuances or withdrawals?
Chairman, hi, good morning. This is Alderman Lee.
Good morning, Alderman Lee. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Excellent, excellent. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Nice to see you at the home. I'm in a conversation right now with some folks. I'm not yet prepared to ask for continuances, something that I'm entertaining at the moment, but if I may just beg some grace, we're having sidebar conversations right now. I think at this time, I'm not asking for one, but I'll reserve the right to do that later.
Sure.
We're just catching up on a few things.
Sure. If you've got a request later, just raise your hand at that time, and we'll call on you.
Will do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other requests for continuances or withdrawals? Okay. One second. All right, well, let's get to the regular call. And we are going to start with calendar 119-23-Z. This is 1223 North Marion Court. If you are here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. If you're participating by phone, it's *9 to raise your hand, and *6 to unmute if participating by phone. Morning, Councilor Kupiec. It looks like you've got 2 witnesses for this matter.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay, it looks like we have both of them. Amy Koteka,
Yes, sir.
good morning. Could you state
Good
your
morning.
name and address, please?
The email address is akotecha.
No, your address, not your email address, like your residential address.
Oh, the current one where I,
Yes.
it's 7514 West Diversity and it's Elmwood Park, Illinois, 60707.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes,
Thank you. John Hanna, can you state your
Hello.
name and address, please?
John Hanna, President of Hanna Architects Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Councilor Kupiec, you may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, first witness would be Amy Koteka. Amy, would you please state your name and your address again?
yes, first name is Amy, last name is correct. Kotecha, address is 7514 West Diversity, Elmwood Park, Illinois, 60707.
Amy, it's true you're the applicant and also the owner of this property, correct?
Yes,
And the property is already improved with an old building,
yes,
and you propose to demolish that old residential building and build a new single-family home.
yes,
Also true that this lot, the front of this lot faces on Marion Court, but the rear of this lot faces Honorary Street.
yes,
Okay, and your architect has explained to you, that's the reason why we're here today, asking for zoning relief so you can build your single-family home.
yes,
The plan he's drawn for you shows the building is going to face Marion Court, similar to the other buildings on the block. Is that correct?
yes,
And also true, you're going to have a garage on the other side, and the garage is going to face Honorary, similar to the other garages on the block.
yes,
And Amy, after you build a single family home, is it true that you plan to live in that house with your family?
yes,
Amy, also true, you signed an affidavit in connection with this case today?
yes,
And if I would continue to ask you questions, would your answers be similar to the facts contained in that affidavit?
yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have of Amy.
Okay. Proceed to the next witness.
John Hanna.
Hello.
John, state your name and address.
Sure. John Hanna, President of Hanna Architects Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois. Licensed architect, state of Illinois.
And John, you are the project architect for this project.
I am.
And John, did I state correctly that this lot is in fact a through lot and faces both on Marion Court and on Honorary Street?
Correct.
And that is a unique circumstance for properties in the zoning district?
I think so.
John, also true that this is a short substandard lot, only 107 feet deep,
Correct.
and a standard lot would be 125, so this is substandard.
That's correct.
And also a unique circumstance that caused some difficulty in designing this building.
Yes.
Probably the main problem is the through lot, however, because in effect with a through lot, we've got 2 front yards and 2 front setback requirements.
Correct.
Also true that the house itself is going to face Marion Court, just like the other houses on the block.
Correct.
And the garage will in fact face Honorary, just like the other garages on the block.
That's correct also.
Because of this through lot situation, the door of our garage per the current zoning ordinance, should be set back 20 feet from that property line.
That's correct.
And if in fact you would actually design that, and do that, the garage would be out of line with all the other garages on the block.
That's true.
Also true with the 107-foot lot and the fact that the building itself is set back on the Marion Court side. There's really no room to set that garage back 20 feet.
Absolutely true.
Yeah, and really no reason to.
Correct.
John, did you sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
I did.
And if I continue to question you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
They would.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have of John, unless you had questions.
Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is calendar number 120-23-S. This is 5811 West Belmont. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. *9 to raise your hand by phone, *6 to unmute. You have, it looks like I've got 5 witnesses for this one, Counselor.
Mr. Chairman, I had disclosed 5 witnesses. We made a couple of tweaks on the site plan during this past week, so I have a few people here on the call just in case you had questions. But they all don't need to testify. I've got three that I propose to have testify.
In which ones are those?
Well, the applicant is US Bank. I've got 2 individuals from US Bank. I've got Paul Menner, and he is the real estate manager. And I've got Jennifer Uri, who's in operations for US Bank. Jennifer, I think, would be most appropriate to testify about operations. Zenon Kurdziel is our project architect. Joe Ryan is our expert witness. And Sam Goldstein is here on behalf of ownership, just in case there was a question.
Okay. Okay, well, let's start with Jennifer. Jennifer, if you could state your name and address, please.
Good morning. Jennifer Barber Uri, BARBER-UHRI. Do you want my home address or business address?
Business address is fine.
704 West Main Street, West Dundee, Illinois, 60118.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Kurdziel,
Yes,
could you state your name and address, please?
sure. My name is Zenon Kurdziel, Kurdziel. I'm the principal of Ridgeland Associates, Inc., with the address of 1 Riverside Road, Riverside, Illinois, 60546.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Joe Ryan, could you state your name and address, please? You're muted, Joe.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do, Chairman.
Thank you, and the board recognizes your expertise.
Thank you.
Before I hand it over to Counselor Kupiec, let me read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 120-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed US Bank Financial Services facility with 3 drive-through lanes and a bypass lane, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, US Bank NA, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the proposed first floor plan site plan dated April 18, 2023, proposed elevations dated April 13, 2023, prepared by Ridgeland Associates, Inc., and landscape plan and landscape details dated April 21, 2023, prepared by J. DeVito Design, Inc. Okay, Counselor, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm Mark Kupiec, to represent the applicant, and the applicant is US Bank. This is for the property of 5811 West Belmont. This property is located on the corner of Belmont and Menard. For those of you familiar with that corner, presently occupied by a building which housed an old Firestone auto repair shop for years and years, currently vacant. The application is for a special use to allow partial demo of the existing building and rehab of the existing building for a new bank. And the bank would have 3 drive-through lanes with a bypass lane. The property is in a business zoning district. The bank is a permitted use at this location. However, as customary, the bank does propose a drive-through facility, and that's what requires a special use, and that is the only item of relief we're here asking for. With that, my first witness would be Jennifer. Jennifer, would you again state your name and business address?
Jennifer Barber Uri. Business address is 704 West Main Street, West Dundee, Illinois.
And Jennifer, you're employed by US Bank,
I am.
and you're involved in and familiar with operations of US Bank branches?
I am.
Jennifer, true that US Bank currently operates a number of branch banks, both within the city and outside the city of Chicago?
Yes, that's correct.
Jennifer, also true that US Bank currently operates a branch bank roughly across the street at about 5850 West Belmont Avenue.
That is also correct.
And Jennifer, the plan is, if we're successful here and this new branch bank is built on the subject property, the plan is to close that existing branch bank across the street.
Yes,
And with respect to the new bank, obviously, we're proposing a bank drive-through at this location.
yes,
And Jennifer, also true that your experience with your customers, some of the customers prefer to do their banking through a drive-through facility, correct?
yes,
And so you do offer the drive-through facility as a convenience to those customers.
yes.
Jennifer, with respect to subject property in this drive-through, what would be the hours of operation of the proposed drive-through at this location?
They would be from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturday. That matches the current drive-through services at the bank, that location that would be closing as well to maintain
you.
service.
Jennifer, also true that one of the drive-through lanes will have an ATM machine?
Correct.
Also true that the ATM machine will be available to customers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
That is also correct.
Jennifer, also true that you had signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here this morning?
Yes, I did.
And if I continue to question you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, they would.
That's all I have with Jennifer, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, proceed to next witness.
Zenon, would you please state your name and business address?
Zenon Kurdziel, Kurdziel. The offices are at 1 Riverside Road, Riverside, Illinois.
And Zenon, you are the project architect,
Yes, I am.
and you participated in an intake process with the Department of Planning staff in connection with this project.
Yes, I have.
And during that process, you did make some change to your original plan in response to some of the city's suggestions.
Yes, we did.
And it is that revised plan that's before the board today and had the recommendation of the department.
Yes, that's the most up-to-date revised set of plans. Yes.
Good. Is that fair to say that this project is so designed and proposed to be built, site planning, et cetera, as to be consistent and compatible with other properties in the area?
Yes, it is.
Okay, also addressing pedestrian safety and comfort?
Yes.
And then you signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony this morning?
Yes, I did.
And if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
My answers would be consistent.
Thank you. That's all I have as Zenon.
Proceed to your next witness.
Joe Ryan,
I'm here.
state your name and address.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
And Joe, you did a report in connection with your testimony here today that we submitted on your behalf.
Yes,
Has your credentials at the rear of that report?
yes,
Joe, you're familiar with the subject property and the proposed bank drive-through?
I am.
Joe, is it your opinion that this project meets all the requirements in the ordinance for this special use?
Yes,
Joe, also true that the special use for this drive-through facility will not have an adverse effect on the surrounding neighborhood?
none whatsoever.
And Joe, materials to support those opinions are contained in your report?
Yes,
And if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with that written report that we submitted?
yes.
That's all I have of Joe, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And that's your case?
That's my case. And for the record, I did have, as I mentioned, Paul Menner from US Bank. If you had a real estate question, I got Sam Goldstein on behalf of ownership, if there was anything to ask.
I do have a question. This is Commissioner Toya. I understand the special uses for the drive-through at 5811 West Belmont. But I want to ask US Bank, I mean, I know that neighborhood very well. What are you going to do with that huge property across the street where your bank is right now? That's, I'm wondering about that. I think that was Jennifer, maybe it was representing US Bank. I'm not sure.
Well, this is Paul Menner with you.
I think Paul Menner would be best.
Okay.
Let me get Paul sworn in. Paul, could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Paul Menner, MENNER, address 15839 Manchester Road, Ellisville, Missouri, 63011.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I was going to say that this is a leased space from Sam Goldstein, so we worked this deal out with Sam as a replacement for that location. So I will defer to Sam on what his intent is after we vacate that space when this facility is ready.
Very interesting, because it's just a huge piece of property right there. So I'd be very interested in what would go there. I'm sure the incoming alderman would be as well, and the incoming mayor as well, too. So thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and I can see we've got Brian Friedman from Alderman Dow's office on.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Sorry for my delay in attendance.
No worries.
I'm here to ask for a continuance on the matter 404142-23-Z
40
on the continuance calendar of
Okay,
4142-23-Z, the three of them. We'd like to defer this into the May ZBA. Just really do need more conversation with the applicant and more outreach to the community to get them comfortable with a project of this magnitude.
Okay, do we have anyone here from the applicant for calendar numbers 40-23-Z, 41-23-Z, and 42-23-Z? This is 65 to 77 East 50th Street. The applicant is Chicago Trust Company NA, trust number BEV-4182.
I will certainly wait for them to come on, but I can tell you that my boss has spoken personally to the applicant and they didn't have an objection to the continuance. But I'd let them, of course, tell you that themselves should they come on.
Just 1 second. Okay, we are going to continue this matter. This one, these are calendar numbers 40-23-Z, 41-23-Z, and 42-23-Z will be continued to May 19, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Chairman, thank you so much for getting me on here. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you. We're going to take a couple of cases out of order. The next case we're going to call is 123-23-S. This is 1901 East 79th Street. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. *9 to raise your hand on the phone, *6 to unmute. Again, we are calling 123-23-S.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Yes, I can. Can you state your name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Kesia Pointer. I'm at 9655 South Forest Avenue. That's Chicago, Illinois, 60628.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Great. Now I'm going to have the Department of Planning and Development read the recommendation. Do we have Nancy Radzovich?
I am here.
Excellent. Good morning, Nancy. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good, good. All right. Could you state your name and role, please?
Of course. Nancy Radzovich. I'm an assistant commissioner with the Zoning Bureau in the Department of Planning and Development.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and read the recommendation.
This is for 123-23S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair/nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds that the hair/nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair/nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. All right, Miss Pointer, so you're here because you want to open up a hair and nail salon?
Yes.
And could you tell us a little bit about your experience in the industry?
Sure. I'm a licensed barber. wow, since 1993. It's just something that I've done naturally. So I really love cutting hair. Oh, it's been a journey. It's been very, this has been a long time coming. So one thing I've recognized with my clients while cutting their hair, a lot of them will fall asleep. I'm like, really? Come on, you gotta hold your head up. So I ended up going to school for massage therapy. And I said, there's gotta be something here. So my dream was always to incorporate the two, to have a barber spa. And trust me, I've never saw that term before I put it out there in the ethers back in 2005. However, I only got certified to be a massage therapist. I don't practice it. So my goal really is for my nail technicians to have an emphasis in like maybe a 10-minute foot and hand massage while they're getting a manicure and pedicure. I love the barbershop atmosphere. You know, I'm a no nonsense type of person, so I don't have a lot of swearing and, you know, rap music like your typical barbershops. So, you know, I have different clienteles. I love it, you know. So this is just a dream come true, pretty much, and a great opportunity.
Okay, you know, the one thing that you said that you know, that's not part of this application is massage. That does require a separate special use.
No, I understand that. This isn't not a massage. In your basic pedicures and manicures, the manicures, they can give light hand and feet and leg massages during a pedicure and a manicure.
But massage is an additional special use, even if it's just feet. It is. It would require a separate special use.
With a manicure and pedicure?
For the hair nail salon, that's one special use, and massage is a separate special use.
Okay, so okay, so then so you're saying that my manicure and pedicurist cannot give a light hand massage and foot massage. That's what you're telling me?
1 second. Let's get Nancy. Are you still on?
I am.
All right, so the question has come up. You know, we've been hearing from the applicant. She's got a hair and nail salon, but she's also talking about massage with regard to pedicures and manicures. And what is the department's position on that?
You know what, if you can give me a couple seconds, I want to just double check the exact language in the code. I believe the special use for massage is related to like full body massage. But if you'll just bear with me.
Sure.
I'm reading, thanks for your patience here. It's
Mhm.
keeps referring to massage establishments. I'm currently reaching out to the zoning administrator, just to reconfirm.
I think. Well,
If I may speak, Mr. Chairman,
go ahead.
just maybe if you can check under nail technology, because that's just part of a basic manicure and pedicure.
I think, you know, I mean, I think my understanding is that if it's a manicure or pedicure and there's some kind of, you know,
Yeah, it sounds
incidental
like that's,
massaging with regard to that's okay. I think the only thing that would not be okay, I believe, is if you were just offering massages.
No, absolutely.
But if
And
it's part of a manicure or pedicure, I believe that is all right.
Absolutely.
yeah, because I believe there's a whole expertise with like foot massage and
Right.
push points and that kind of thing.
That's reflex.
And then exactly, and you know, again, I'm going through the codes. It keeps saying massage establishments.
And that's, you know, just like a massage, a standalone massage to the feet or the hands. That's not something you're going to be offering, correct?
Correct.
You're just going to be offering manicures and pedicures, and as part of that service, you'll be massaging the feet and hands.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, there's not, and I'm not readily coming up with anything. It keeps referring me back to just personal service, you know, that requires a special use, and it just says, you know, special establishments, hair salons, barbershops. So, you know, every reference I'm seeing is massage establishment, where that would be the principal use, as opposed to something that just supplements the manicure or pedicure.
Okay. Any well, let's go back to your business. So what are the hours that you intend to keep?
So I'm proposing 9 to 7, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Mondays through Fridays, and possibly Saturday, 9 until maybe 5.
Are you planning on having any employees?
Operators, independent contractors, yes.
And you'll make sure that those independent contractors are also properly licensed?
Absolutely.
Any questions from the board? Okay, I think we have what we need. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take one more out of order. We're going to call calendar number 126-23-S. This is 1511 West 79th Street. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. *9 if you're on the phone to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. Okay, Monique,
Good morning.
good morning. Could you state your name and address, please?
Monique Michelle Harris, 1511 West 79th Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60620.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
And I see you have some other witnesses, is that correct?
Yes,
Are you intending to have them testify or
if need be.
if need be? Okay, well,
Yes.
we'll start with you, and if needed, we'll swear them in.
Sounds good.
But let me go to Nancy to read the department's recommendation with regard to this matter.
The recommendation for 126-23S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed beauty and nail salon, ground floor and basement tenant space. The department finds this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds beauty and nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed beauty and nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Ms. Harris, did I swear you in? I don't even remember if I just did it or not.
You did.
Okay, all right, sorry. All right, so tell us what brings you here today.
I'm a small business owner. I'm currently operating a full service salon and spa in the Inglewood area, and I'm hoping to expand to the Auburn Gresham area. In 2021, I purchased this location on 79th Street in hopes to turn into a luxury beauty bar where we'll be providing beauty services on
Okay.
the ground level. Yep.
And can you tell us about your experience in the industry?
Sure. Right now, I'm operating again in the Inglewood area. I've been a licensed esthetician since 2014. I do have a degree in marketing and management. I have several certifications from the Women's Development Corporation, SCORE, and also other city courses as well, where I completed and got certification in business operations.
So this is going to be a second location for your business?
Yes.
Great. And what are the hours that you intend on keeping?
Well, Monday through Friday, we'll be operating from 8:30 a.m. to around 7 p.m. On Saturdays, 9 to 5, and Sundays will be by appointment only.
Okay. And are you intending to have employees?
Yes.
How many employees are you intending on keeping?
At this location, it'll be about 5 or 6, and some will be independent contractors.
Okay. And will they also be licensed?
Yes, all the beauty professionals will be licensed.
Okay. Okay. Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We'll take it under advisement. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, getting back to the regular order of the call. Next up is calendar number 121-23-Z. This is 3110 South Racine. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. *9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone. *6 to unmute yourself if you're on the phone. All right, looks like we've got, I've got 3 witnesses for this one. Is that correct, Mr. Cotton?
Yeah,
Okay, excellent.
well,
Secretary-
actually, yeah, I'm sorry, you have 2. You have the, my architect and my zoning consultant.
Right.
Okay, 3
And then-
total.
Yeah, 3
Myself.
total. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Cotton, could you state your name and address, please?
Charles Cotton at 3110 South Racine, Chicago, Illinois, 60608.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Kevin Smith, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Kevin Smith, at 621 East 100th Place, Chicago, Illinois, 60628.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Kareem, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, sir. Kareem Musawir. I'm at 221 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Cotton.
Yeah.
What brings you here today?
Good morning, Chairman Sanchez and members of the board. Thank you for taking the time here today. My name, as I mentioned before, my name's Charles Cotton. I live at 3110 South Racine. I reside in the home with my family, my young daughter, my wife, and we're also owners and the applicant. We humbly request a small variance from the City of Chicago Zoning Board of Appeals to build a small car stall on the property, which sits on a 38-foot wide lot. We have a single-family home which is bordered along the south side line of the public alley, as you can see in the picture there. Our home is located about 8 feet from our rear lot, which is adjacent, excuse me, that's my 17-year-old, which is adjacent to my neighbor's side lot and allows no opportunity for alley access. There's also a ComEd equipment and light pole and a stabilizing cable at the rear of my property, which prohibits, prohibits us from building a vehicular access from the alley, as you can see there. You can see the pole. The proposed, the off-street single parking pad will provide my wife, my daughter, a safe parking space needed to eliminate a dangerous hardship which exists on the street. Parking is busy here in Bridgeport, particularly on this street, because there's across the street from our house, there is an 8-flat and a 10-flat. And all the tenants take up all the parking up and down the street. So after 5, 6 o'clock, there's no parking. You have to park on 31st Street, which gets very busy. And, there's street cleaning, there's, I hate to say it and not thrilled about it, but, there's some strange things that go on at night, is all I'll say, after dark. And it's a little dangerous, and we've had our cars broken into numerous times. When you have a 17-year-old and a wife that works late and comes home at night, it's very, it's not optimal, and they don't feel safe. So the proposed off-street parking pad would be a single small pad, would be located in the existing front of the yard on the north side of my lot. My architect has provided a plan that shows how and where the off-street parking space will be located and configured. I've sent notifications to all my neighbors. I've met with my neighbors. I've walked them through the site plan, the Plata survey. I've discussed the variation that is needed to construct the off-street single parking pad. I've met with the alderman's office, her chairman, and they had no objection to our site plans. So with me today again is Mr. Smith, Mr. Kareem Mazuwa, sorry about that, Kareem, who is my land use consultant. This includes my testimony. Should the chairman or the member of the board have any questions for me and my architect, my zoning consultant, we are available to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Smith, if you could just, I mean, I think I get what the hardship is, but if you could just kind of, take us through it. What's the size of the lot here?
The size of the lot is 38 feet wide by 69 feet long, as shown in the site plan that you have up there.
Okay. And this property basically abuts the alley, right? So there's no, I mean, is there any other place to put the parking?
No, there is not. It's such a tight lot. The average lot is usually 125 feet deep. This one's only 69 feet deep with an average size single family home on it. And so as you can see on the site plan, the first 14 feet is the front yard setback. And then in the back, as Mr. Cotton stated earlier, there's only about 8 feet or so from the rear of the house to the rear lot line. So there's absolutely no way to get a garage or a parking pad off the alley there. So the only place to put it is where you have the north side yard with enough width to get a single parking stall there. And that parking stall is about 11 feet wide by 19 feet 6 inches long and it's going to be right on the lot line with 0 setback because he has a exit stair in the back of there. So yeah, the overall gist of it is to provide a convenient parking space right off the street with a driveway. And so Mr. Cotton can be able to park right off the street.
And Mr. Cotton, I think you mentioned this, but you're requesting this variation for your family. You're
Right.
Continuing to live at the home.
Yep.
It's not for sale.
No, I'm not. Well, I mean, I've been there 3 years. The neighborhood's getting better. I moved from Lincoln Park and I have, I love what's going on in Bridgeport. Nicole Lee is an amazing alderman. She's doing terrific and, everybody's behind her and she's just going to reinvent Bridgeport. And so my family plans to stay and I plan to retire here. So my goal here is to, provide safety for my daughter and wife. That's the bottom line. I don't care about me. I can park anywhere, but my little kid coming home from St. Ignatius after playing, sports and has to park on the street and calls daddy to come get her. And, and all of a sudden you're hearing gunshots and that we got to get her closer to the house.
Any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. We'll take this under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is calendar number 122-23-S. This is 2022 West 119th Street. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. *9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone. *6 to unmute. Okay, and it looks like we have Egnananvi Pithos. If you could unmute, you're muted right now. *6 to unmute on the phone.
Yes, I'm here.
Ah, excellent, excellent. Can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Enyonamvi Berenice Petos, and my address is 3056 West 119th Street, Millionaire Park.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And you have Kareem Musawir is also one of your witnesses today?
Yes, I do.
Yes, okay. And Kareem, the board recognizes your expertise. And you've already been sworn in. Let me just are there any objectors? Are there any objectors? Please raise your hand.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not seeing any. Let me read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 122-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair braiding salon.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Pithos, can you tell us what brings you here today?
Yeah. My proposed African hair braiding salon is located in the Morgan Park community. I'm seeking approval of this special use application in order to allow my hair salon that is located within 1,000 feet of existing personnel service used in a 3B-1 community shopping district. With me today is Ms. Karim Usawi, my land use consultant. I have been in African hair braiding industry for over 20 years. I have been in Africa hair braiding industry for over 18 years over. I have a message, a law following. Opportunity in African hair braiding salon, I can call my own as a law being my dream. I propose establish as a 3-chair hair salon that specializes in African hair braiding in 416 square feet retail space located in existing on a story multi-store brick mail building with a 12 of street parking space inside. An African hair braiding salon has the preview use located at a suggested size. My day and hour for operation will be Monday to Saturday 9 a.m. Multi 5 p.m. and some Sunday by appointment only. I will be the only braider operating in the salon, but I hope to one day expand my business so that I can explore locate breeder from the community. This location has previously approved by the board prior to the pandemic, but that approval expired before the license has issued. This includes my testimony.
Okay, thank you.
During-
Ms. Pithos, do you, are you licensed for hair braiding?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been licensed?
Over 18 years.
And all right, let's go to Kareem. Kareem, you prepared a report for this matter,
Yes, I did, Mr. Chairman.
and why don't you just tell us about it? Tell us what you found.
Okay, one thing I think we need to know is that this use was previously approved by the board. With this applicant, the only problem is that during the pandemic, she was not able to communicate sufficiently to connect with the city online, and therefore her approval expired until she came back to me and we started this process again. But it's in a strip mall. It's got 12 parking spaces. There's a barber shop next door to her. That's the only other personal service use within the 1,000 feet. And it's obviously compatible with the other uses in the area. And the project is designed to protect the public safety and help and pedestrian safety.
Okay. Any questions from the board? We have what we
No.
need. We'll take it under advisement. Thank you. Okay, next up is calendar number 124-23-Z. This is 2537 West North Avenue. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. *9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone, *6 to unmute. Okay, do we have Charles Farwell?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Charles Farwell. My address is 221 Millbrook Lane, Wilmette, Illinois. Good morning, Chairman Sanchez and members of the board.
Good morning. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Donald Leone, if you could unmute and state your name and address, please.
Donald Leone, 4102 West Ogden, Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Kareem Musawir has already been sworn in and his expertise has been recognized. Charles, what brings you here today?
I'm an applicant for a variation for the property located at 2537 West North Avenue. Subject property is 3,125 square foot lot line improved with an existing 1- and 2-story brick building. It's practically built lot line to lot line on the first floor. The existing building has retail space on the first floor and 2,100 square foot dwelling unit on the second. I'm seeking approval of a variation to reduce the minimum required rear setback for floors containing dwelling units from 30 feet to 9.81 feet in order to construct a new second floor stairway and rooftop stair enclosure in a B3-1 community shopping district. The subject property has been owned by my family for decades and has been presently vacant due to inspector stopping work being done on the second floor. The inspection also revealed that the stairway to the alley was not code compliant. Therefore, we had to hire Mr. Don Leone, the architect, to design a proper staircase enclosure. Upon the applicant for the building permit, the architect was informed that the plans required a variation, which brings us to you before you today.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Leone, can you tell us about the need for the variation? What's creating the need for the variation and what the hardship is?
The existing stair that's there and the porch that was there on the second floor had a fire. And we need to get a building permit relative to the fire to rebuild everything. So the new stair has to be expanded so that it complies with the code, being the rise and the run of the stair, the headroom, the door swing has to swing to the has to swing in the direction of egress. There has to be a landing at the top of the stair that's bigger than the door that swings into it. And as a result of that, we need to enlarge that stair enclosure, which is already there and has been there for a long time. There's how many square feet? The existing stair enclosure is 9. It's 9.25 foot long and it's 5.7 feet wide. The existing stair enclosure that's there is only it's currently only set back from the rear property line the 9 feet at the 9.81 feet. We're maintaining that and enlarging it so that it goes in so that it goes larger to allow for the rise and run of the stair, and a proper fire enclosure on it.
Sure.
The old porch that was there and part of the second floor dwelling unit in the kitchen had the fire and it burned down.
Sure. So was this a staircase that existed before the fire?
It's partially there, yes, and
Okay.
it has real high risers, short treads, not good headroom. The doors, the door from the roof that's there right now, there's just a temporary plywood door, and it never it didn't swing in the right direction. The stair was non-compliant. I can't draw a new stair and put my stamp on it and submit it for a permit unless it complies with the current building codes.
Okay.
And that everything else on the set of drawings is in for permit. Everything got approved except for the stair enclosure at the end now. All the other drawings are fully approved in the building department.
Are there any questions from the board? You did have, you called, you have Kareem here. I don't believe we need him, but for this one, I think we have what we need, but is there anything that he was going to add to what's been said already?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm only here for consulting.
Okay.
In the event we needed to further explain the variation.
Okay. All right. I think we have what we need. We'll take this one under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. Mhm.
Our next up is calendar number 125-23-Z. This is 4459 West 55th Street. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Star 9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone. Star 6 to unmute. Okay, Julie Taylor, can you state your name and address, please?
Hi, good morning. Julie, Yulie. Last name Taylor, Taylor.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Eric, can you state your name and address, please?
Eric Brahard, 180 Southwestern Avenue, Carpentersville, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Taylor, tell us what brings you here today.
We're just trying to get our second floor redone since my family I had 3 kids and we getting it, our space getting smaller. We only have like a room and a half, and I had 3 kids and my husband and I, so we're kind of a big family now.
So you're building a second story, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I just need to try to have more space
sure.
for my kids, since my kids right now they're in the attic, and I had 3 kids, so, and I had 2 girls, they're growing up, so now they want their own rooms.
They sound like they're having fun right now.
And not really.
Yeah, for the architect, are we just going up the existing lines for the second floor?
Yes, we're following the existing walls all the way up. The reason why we're doing this, or the reason why we have to do a variance is because the building's at the back of the property. So it's within the rear setback. So we're trying to reduce the rear setback so that we could build up.
Right. This seems pretty straightforward to me. Are there any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Was this application submitted back in 2019 and approved?
Yes, I was about to say that it was approved because of COVID. We couldn't get the construction done in time, so it expired.
Very good. Thank you for explaining that.
Any other questions from the board? We have what we need. We'll take it under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next up is calendar number 127-23-Z. This is 1934 North Fremont. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Star 9 to raise your hand when you're on the phone. Star 6 to unmute. Let's see, we've got Councilor Augustyn. How are you, Councilor?
I'm good, Chairman.
Excellent. You've got 2 witnesses today?
I do. So I believe they're on, Greg.
Yes,
Orlowski and Chris Baum.
we've got both of them. Greg, if you could state your name and address, please.
It's Greg Orlowski. My address is 1934 North Fremont Street, Chicago, 60614.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Bohm, could you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, Christopher Bohm, Boehm,
2453 South Archer Avenue, Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Counselor Augustine, take it away.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Fred Augustine on behalf, I'm with the law offices of Augustine Associates LLC. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Greg Orlowski. Greg owns the property at 1934 North Fremont. The applicant and his family have resided at this home since 2016. In 2020, construction began on the single-family home or proposed single-family home at the neighboring property at 1932 North Fremont. Excavation for that proposed new home commenced on March 2020. Unfortunately, the excavation work undermined the foundation of the applicant's property. This shifted the applicant's single-family residence, causing essentially significant damage to the home. The applicant and his family, as a result, had to move out because the home wasn't livable. Furthermore, as a result of the excavation, the rear porch began to pull away from the existing home. And after inspection by the applicant's general contractor, the existing rear porch has to be torn down, and essentially a new two-story porch with a stairway must be built in its place, which is the reason why we're here before this board this morning. So in order to build a new two-story porch and stairway at the rear of the home, the applicant is seeking variations to reduce the combined side setback requirement from 4.4 feet to 1.37 feet, the north side setback from 2 feet to 0.83 feet, as well as the south side setback from the required 2 feet to 0.54 feet. And Mr. Chairman, briefly, the hardship here is we are dealing with an existing home that's around 137 years old, that's built essentially to its side property lines. The existing porch is already aligned with the existing home. The new porch will also be aligned with the existing home, so thus it won't be complying with the required side setbacks. And in addition, the lot is also a narrow lot. It's only 21 feet wide. Again, as we stated, I have the applicant Greg Orlowski and our project architect, Christopher Baum. I could call Greg first. Mr. Orlowski, you already stated, you own the property at 1934 North Fremont, is that correct?
Yes.
Subject property is currently improved with an existing single-family residence, is that correct?
Yeah, it's a single family residence.
Yeah, and you've resided here at this home since October of 16, is that right?
I owned and resided in it since my family had to move out after the foundation was damaged because there's significant repairs. So we're temporarily living elsewhere, but we plan to move back in once it's repaired.
Yes. And so just to summarize that I stated, yeah, your home was severely damaged as a result of the construction that was taking place at the neighboring property at 1932 North Fremont, is that right?
Yes.
And part of the reconstruction is you need to rebuild or essentially build a new two-story porch and stairway at the rear of the home, is that right?
Yeah, the footings of the existing porch shifted and the porch is pulling away. And my general contractor advised me that there's just no real way to fix it without putting in new footings and putting in new posts. So it was structurally damaged, and we're just essentially trying to rebuild a porch so there's a means of egress from the back of the house.
Yeah, that's correct. So, and you're here in order to build that new porch, we are here seeking variations to reduce the side setbacks. Is that correct?
Yes.
You executed an affidavit, which I submitted to the board on your behalf. Is that right?
Yep.
And if we continued, your testimony would be consistent with your affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you. And if I could call Chris Baum. Mr. Baum, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, is that right?
That's right.
And you have testified before this board on numerous occasions as an expert witness in architecture, is that right?
That's right.
Subject property is unique in that it is currently improved with an existing single-family home that's 137 years old, is that right?
That's right.
And it's narrower than a standard city lot that measures 25 feet wide. And essentially, as I stated, it's only 21 feet wide. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And these conditions posed a hardship in trying to comply with the required side setbacks for the new rear porch. Is that right?
Yes, there is.
And so thus the reason why we're here is we're seeking variations to reduce the side setbacks. Is that right?
Yes,
You executed an affidavit which I submitted to the board on your behalf. Is that right?
yes,
And if we continued, your testimony would be consistent with your affidavit. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have
Okay.
no further questions for our witnesses. We're here to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. We'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, before we call our next case, we're going to take a short break. I move that we take a recess until 10:45. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. We will be back at 10:45. All right, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we are back. Next up is calendar numbers 128-23-Z and 129-23-Z. This is 735 West Wrightwood. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. If you're on the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Counselor. How are you?
Doing well. Good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick with the law firm of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm appearing today on behalf of NY2 LLC, the applicant for the variations and the owner of 735 West Wrightwood Avenue. Present with me today is Nicholas Yasan, the applicant's representative, and Victor Dropso, the project's architect. The subject property of 735 West Wrightwood is a square-shaped lot, 48 foot wide by 58 feet deep.
Counselor, before you start getting into it, let me get your witnesses sworn, and then it looks like we may have an objector too. So first of all, could the person with the screen name of EB-128, could you unmute? You're still mute. Oh, there you go. You're unmuted now. EB-128, can you speak? We cannot hear you. There's also a CTD-128. Can you speak?
Yes,
Oh, excellent. Are you here in support or objection of this matter?
I really have it mostly in a question.
Okay,
A clarification that'll make the difference.
okay, okay.
I live across the street.
Okay, okay. We'll come back. Do you by chance know who EB is?
EB. Doesn't ring a bell of anyone in
Okay,
my building.
sure, okay. The person with the screen name EB-128, it looks like you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you. If you're trying to speak, we cannot hear you. Here's what I'm going to do while EB is hopefully trying to work that out. We'll at least get the witnesses sworn in. So let's start with that. Nicholas Yasan, can you
Yes.
state your name and address, please?
Nicholas Yasan, 1931 West Montrose Avenue, Chicago 60613.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Eric Rankins, can you state your name and address, please?
Eric Rankins, 1931 West Montrose Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Victor Dropso, can you state your name and address, please? Oh, you're muted, Victor.
About that. Good morning.
Morning.
Victor Dropso, Red Architects, licensed architect, 2123 North Damon.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. EB-128, can you try speaking? If you're trying to speak, we cannot hear you right now.
Chairman, there's a chance that if the microphone is not working, then maybe the speakers are not working either.
Okay.
Should I write a note on the screen?
Yeah, write a note. Maybe we provide the call-in number to EB. They could call in.
Just one moment, Chairman, when I get the phone number.
The dial-in number is 312-626-6799. Again, that was 312-626-6799. EB, if you can hear me, you should try to dial in on your phone because the device you're using right now is not working. We cannot hear you. 312-626-6799 to dial in. All right, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna pass the case, and we're gonna take the next case and then come back to this one and see if EB has resolved their issue. Yeah, we're gonna pass this, do the next case, and then we'll come back to it. Okay, Counselor?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay, all right, so we're gonna pass 128-23-Z and 129-23-Z due to some technical errors that somebody who wanted to participate was having. We're gonna go to the next case, which is 130-23-Z and 131-23-Z. This is 5902-04 West Midway Park. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. It's *9 to raise your hand. If you're on the phone, it's *6 to unmute.
Clean Sweep doesn't have a key to that. They don't really need a key to that closet. In case they were there and they can open it for something.
Good morning.
Good morning. Who's speaking?
It's Barry Ash.
Oh. Morning, Counselor. How are you?
Good, yourself?
Excellent, excellent.
I just don't know how I could get myself pictured here. Oh, start my video.
You've got,
Yep, okay, I'm in.
there you go. Good to see ya. You've got two witnesses today?
I only have one witness, and during my testimonial, I'll explain why one of the witnesses is not testifying, which is the architect.
Okay, okay.
And good morning, members of the board.
Let me, before you start, let me just get,
Sure.
let me get your witness just sworn in, right at the outset here. Larry, if you could state your name and address, please.
Larry Halleck, 5902 West Midway Park, Chicago, Illinois, 60644.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Counselor, you can proceed.
All right, as you know, pursuant to the notice, this matter relates to property commonly known as 590204 Midway Park, which is a property improved with a 6-unit residential building. My client, Larry Halleck, is a member of the ownership, which is 5902-04 Midway Park LLC. Larry also is resides in one of the units of the building. And Larry, I'd just like to ask you a few questions. When did you purchase the building?
In 2014.
And when you purchased the building, which is, there is a garage located in the rear of the property, along with 7-foot fences along the perimeter. And when you purchased the property, were those improvements there?
Yes.
And when you owned the property, were you cited or made aware that the garage and the fence may not be a legal use there because not a necessary permit was not pulled for those improvements?
I became aware of it when I tried to take out a building permit to remodel my kitchen and other areas on the interior, at which point I was informed that no building permit had ever been taken out for these garages or the fence in the back.
And Commissioner, members of the board, Larry did engage an architect, Cyrus Ravetna, who I was going to have testify, but the architect had no connection with the construction of the 2 garages along with the fence. That architect is involved when your applicant attempted to pull a permit to do some renovations within his unit. So he was not able to pull the permit because it was found that there was not the required permit for those 2 improvements. And that would create a great hardship on the client if he would have to, or the applicant, if he would have to remove the existing fences and the 2 garages, which he was unaware was not a legal use. It did not show up on his title when he purchased the property. And Larry, how important are the garages for you to retain, just relating to what has been going on in the neighborhood?
I didn't quite catch the first part of your question.
The importance of keeping the garages, you know, for that hardship for you to remove it, but the garages also are a great asset. In what way?
Well, first of all, this is in Austin, and we have incidences all through this neighborhood of people stealing catalytic converters even during the daytime. So it's good to keep as many cars off the street as possible. It's also a convenience to my tenants. And that question was with respect to the garages, right? Not
yes. And then also you could say the importance of the existing fences that were present prior to you purchasing the property.
Yes, these wrought iron fences are 7 feet. And it's very important to have that because of the neighborhood we're in. We've already had at least 2 instances that I'm aware of that people have climbed over the fence to get into the property. And because they are wrought iron, they're not solid, so they're not blocking views or in a bird raceway. It's just very important to keep them that way to try to minimize the threat of break-ins.
All right, and Larry, you did sign an affidavit relating to this application, and if you were to further testify, your testimony would be consistent with the facts set forth in that affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Chairman, members of the board, Larry is available for any further questions you may have.
Any questions from the board?
I would like to add one thing if I may.
Your counselor wants to let you go.
Okay,
Okay.
I just wanted to also say that if I were required to tear down one or both of these garages, it would cost many tens of thousands of dollars to have them removed, to re-landscape a new large backyard and to build new fences. And then the result would be, again, more cars back on the street. So I hope that we can keep things as they are.
All right, thank you, Larry.
Yeah, that was well said. You eased your lawyer's mind. It was a good point. Any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. We'll take it under advisement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to try and circle back to the matters that we passed. All right, so we're going to recall calendar numbers 128-23-Z and 129-23-Z. This is 735 West Wrightwood. If you are here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay, I can see we have EB is back. EB, can you unmute and speak? Again, we cannot hear you, EB. We can see you we can tell that you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you. It's *6 to unmute on the phone if you're calling in. I can see we have a couple of phone numbers up here now too. *6 to unmute on the phone. Will the person with the number ending in 5645 unmute, please? Again, it's *6 to unmute. Okay, the person with the number 5645 is not unmuting. How about the person with the number ending in 2444? Will you unmute, please? Okay, can you speak? We cannot hear the person with the number ending in 2444. I can see that you are unmuted now, but we cannot hear you. And EB, can you try to speak? If EB is trying to speak, we can't hear EB either. And the person with the number ending in 5645 is still muted. EB, I can see your hand is raised, but we cannot hear you.
Hello?
Ah, we have a voice.
Sorry, sir. Never-ending technical problems. My name is Elise Bittner, and the person EB,
Yeah.
that's my husband, who is, I'm on the phone and he's on the computer. We sent in objections to the 735 West Wrightwood variances, and I think you should have received those by email and also paper copies mailed to your office.
I believe we do have them in the file. Let me just confirm here. Yeah, we have them.
Okay, those were signed by the residents of our condo association. If those could be entered today, that would be excellent.
One second. Okay, no, the way we hear, I mean, we do have it, it is in the record, but if you want to make your objection, you need to state it on the record here now that we're in the hearing, and that'll be under oath. I'll swear you in. But before we do that, the applicant is going to put on their case, and then we'll turn to the objectors. So let's do this. This is a contested matter. Let me get everybody sworn in. So Ms. Bittner, can you state your name and address, please?
Elise Bittner, 747 West Wrightwood.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then the person CTD, if you could state your name and address, please.
Yes, Claire Durkin, Durkin, address 734 West Wrightwood.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Ms. Bittner, is your husband also planning on testifying?
I don't think our computer is working in our favor today, so I think he's listening, but he's having problems with the mute.
Okay.
So I do not believe so.
If he has a phone, he can dial in and do it that way. If you want to I can give you the number.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, so the number to dial in is 312-626-6799. It's also on the board's website. but he could dial in and then it would come, when it comes time to unmute, it's *6 on his phone to unmute.
I think he needs those, the other numbers that,
Chairman, should I share that screen or? She's on the phone, so, but he can see it easy.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bittner, what does your husband need?
the, once he dials in, he has to hit the 858-6483.
Oh,
1758 #.
yeah,
And also the passcode
which is,
60867 #.
Yeah. Oh, and Miss Bittner, where you live, is that a condo building?
Yes, it is. It's
Could you-
directly across from the proposed.
Could you
development.
state your unit number for the record?
Unit F like Frank.
Okay, thank you. And Claire Durkin, do you have a unit number, an apartment number?
You don't really need it. Well, but anyway, yes, I'm first floor and it's a duplex, 1 NB.
Okay, thank you. So.
Can we restate those numbers one more time? Is that okay?
Yeah,
Sorry, the phone number and the.
yeah, it's
passcode.
it's on the screen right now. Can you see it? Or I can state it if you can't see it. So, yeah, so
I meant it.
so the number, so the telephone number is 312-626-6799. The webinar ID.
Anyone? I'm in.
Oh, okay, great.
You
Thank you for your help.
You guys
Yes.
are too close.
Chairman Sanchez.
Yeah. Are you watching the live stream?
I am.
Yeah, you should get off of that now because we're getting some feedback. Or
Will I lose mute as well?
No.
No.
Okay.
I think you're also too close to your other device. You do need to move away because you still have your computer speakers on. You can unmute the speakers on your computer.
Unmute. I don't think they're muted.
Yes.
Then just go in another room.
Okay. Is this any better?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, sir, can you state your name and address, please?
James Mackin, 747 West Wrightwood, Unit F. Do you want the Chicago, Illinois, and the zip code?
Yes, please.
60614.
Yeah. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Definitely.
Thank you. We're still getting some feedback. Maybe go into the other room, mute whatever's on the computer because it's feeding back.
All right. If I lose you, please tell me.
Yeah.
Any luck?
Yes, that cured.
You guys can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome.
Okay. Okay, excellent. All right. So now we have everybody. So let me just read something here on how this is going to proceed. Okay. I want to remind everyone that this is not a town hall. This is a hearing. So we as the board are looking for evidence that either supports or does not support the applicant's case. Here is how the hearing is going to proceed. First, the applicant will put on their case and all of their witnesses. Then we'll turn to the objectors, and the objectors can put on their case as well as ask questions of the applicant's witnesses. After that, the applicant can ask questions of the objectors. Then we'll return to the applicant for rebuttal testimony and closing remarks. After that, the board will take the matter under advisement. Throughout the hearing, board members can ask questions of both the applicant and the objectors. For the record, we've already sworn in the applicant's witnesses, Nicholas Yasan, Eric Rankins, and Victor Dropso. They are represented by Counselor Tyler Manick, and Counselor, you may proceed with your case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick with law firm Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm here on behalf of NY2 LLC, the applicant for these variations, who also owns the property at 735 West Wrightwood Avenue. The subject property at 735 West Wrightwood is a square-shaped lot measuring 48 feet wide by 58 feet deep. It is currently improved with two buildings that share a common wall. One building on the east half of the lot is a 3-story, 100-year-old mixed-use building containing ground floor retail space with 2 dwelling units above, with 0 parking spaces and with a legal non-conforming 0-foot rear setback. A second building on the west half of the lot is a 1-story retail building with also 0 parking spaces and a 5-foot rear setback. The applicant seeks to construct a side 3-story addition to the existing 3-story building following the legal non-conforming rear setback of that building in place of the 1-story retail building on the west half of the lot. The addition will match the ground floor retail space and 2 dwelling units above that's consistent with the building on the east half. To accomplish this project, the applicant is faced with the hardship of having only a 58-foot deep lot, which is less than half the depth of a standard lot, and with a lot that lacks any alley access to locate parking. The imposition of the required rear yard setback is extreme hardship and prevents the dwelling units from being constructed here. Moreover, every other building on this Wrightwood block has a 0-foot rear setback, including the building at 747 West Wrightwood, which has double the depth, but yet received a variation to reduce the rear setback to 0, as well as all other setbacks. So this request is keeping with the character of the block. In fact, a 3-story building containing all commercial uses could be built lot line to lot line with the same massing as proposed as of right. And the residential use is a less intense use than those commercial uses. The request to reduce the parking requirement from 2 spaces to 0 spaces would otherwise be approved as an administrative adjustment because the plans provide 4 bike parking spaces, 1 for each dwelling unit. However, due to the requirement of the rear yard setback variation, the parking relief is also reviewed through the variation process instead of an administrative adjustment. Therefore, the substandard depth of the lot triggering the rear setback variation is also a hardship to satisfy the parking requirement. Moreover, the applicant is faced with another hardship to address the parking space requirement because this lot lacks any alley access. However, not only is there a hardship here to add parking, but the need for parking at this location is impractical. The property is located near the Fullerton and Diversey CTA train stations and near numerous CTA bus routes, including Lincoln Avenue, Clark, Diversey, and Fullerton, that make this location a transit serve location. Indeed, the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning rates this location with the highest walkability rating. And there's several other multifamily buildings with 0 parking spaces also. Further, the applicant owns a property, a block east at 723 West Wrightwood, which has unused parking if parking ever is desired. Lastly, the applicant has met and discussed this project with Alderwoman Smith when she was in office and Alderman Knudsen, who each support this project, and you should have letters of support on record for that. The applicant has also met and obtained support from the Park West Community Organization and from the Lincoln Park Chamber of Commerce. Finally, the applicant has met with a neighbor who shares a rear property line, and he supports this project as well. So at this time, I'd like to contact or call Mr. Yasan as my first witness.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Esposito. Should we be seeing images of the proposed?
Yeah, can we
Yeah.
get the site plan back up?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for pointing that out, Commissioner. Go ahead, Counselor.
Yes, Mr. Yasan, you are the manager of NY2 LLC, the applicant, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you have owned this property through your entity at 735 West Wrightwood since 2006, correct?
That is correct.
And you're seeking variations to reduce a rear yard setback from 30 feet to 0 feet, correct?
Correct.
And also a variation to reduce the parking requirement from 2 spaces to 0 spaces, which would allow the establishment of 2 additional dwelling units at the property, correct?
Correct.
And you heard my opening statement and summary of this variation application. Do you concur with my summary of the proposal?
Yes, I do.
Did you also submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Were the statements in your affidavit true and correct?
Yes, they were.
Counselor, I just want to point out for the record here that if you want him to testify to something, relying on his affidavit at this point is not appropriate. You need to get it out in the testimony so that the objectors can hear it.
Yeah, I'm going to go through the full thing. I'm just kind of covering. the
Sure.
base.
Okay, good. That's fine.
And when you purchased the property in 2006, it was improved with a 3-story mixed-use building containing ground floor retail and 2 dwelling units above, with another 1-story commercial building that shared a common wall, correct?
Yes.
And there's currently no parking provided on site,
No.
and there's no parking provided by the multifamily building directly to the south of the site where you share the rear property line, correct?
No, it's correct. It's not, doesn't have parking either.
And you own a multifamily building at 723 West Wrightwood, a block to the east, correct?
Yes, I own the 4 buildings directly to the east. Yes,
And there are parking spots associated with those buildings, correct?
yes, there are.
And most of those spots are not being used by your tenants over there, correct?
Yes, I have availability.
And you own many other units in Lincoln Park, as well as several others throughout the north side of Chicago. And many of those units operate successfully without parking, correct?
That is correct.
And since 2006, when you acquired this property, there has not been any traffic or parking issues associated with 735 Wrightwood, even though it has 0 parking, correct?
That is correct.
And since 2006, you've not encountered any issues with the 0-foot rear setback of the existing 3-story building, correct?
Correct.
And the side addition you're proposing to the 3-story buildings is the same size, scale, and design as the existing 3-story building, correct?
Yes, I specifically made sure that it was consistent with the corner building. So aesthetically, it would look correct.
And can the applicant yield a reasonable return from the property without the requested variations?
No.
If the variations were to be granted, the rate of return would be 2.3%, correct?
Correct.
And without the variations, the rate of return would be 1.6%, correct?
That is correct.
Is the purpose of the requested variation based solely on the desire to make more money out of the property?
No.
You would be preserving the existing 3-story building, correct?
That is the goal, correct.
And you've discussed this variation application with Alderwoman Smith while she was in office?
Yes, I did.
And she supported this project, correct?
Yes, she was in support of this project.
And we've discussed this project with Alderman Knudsen, and he's been supportive of this project, correct?
Yes, he has been.
And we've discussed this project with Park West Community Organization, and they've been supportive of this project, correct?
Yes.
And you met and discussed this project with the Lincoln Park Chamber of Commerce, and they are supportive of this request, correct?
Yes, they are supportive because I am keeping the commercial space on the first floor, which is not usually what people would do.
And you've met with a neighbor who shares a rear property line to the south of your property, and he supports this project too, correct?
Yes, Dave supports this project.
I have no further questions for Mr. Yersan unless the board has any questions.
Any questions from the board at this time?
At this time, I'd like to call Victor Drapso.
Present.
Mr. Drapso, can you just state your name for the record?
Victor Drapso.
And you are an architect licensed by the state of Illinois, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you are also the project architect who prepared the plan subject to this variation application, correct?
That is correct.
And you heard my opening statement and summary of this variation application. Do you concur with the summary of this matter?
Yes, I do.
The subject property is only 58 feet deep, correct?
That is true.
And a standard city of Chicago zoning lot is 125 feet deep. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the 58-foot depth of the lot presents challenges and hardships in designing dwelling units, correct?
Yes, it does.
Could you describe those difficulties?
Sure. So our building is definitely would be set back considerably, which would in this particular case, would the 58 foot depth would be reduced to a 28-foot buildable area, and in a 28-foot buildable area, it's a little bit probably over size of a garage. So definitely no unit would be desirable in that type of a square footage.
And the addition that's being proposed is matching the structure of the existing 3-story building, correct?
That is true.
So you're following the rear setback of the existing building, correct?
Yes, I am.
And the 0-foot rear setback is consistent with the character of the block, correct?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
In fact, all the other buildings on this Wrightwood block have 0-foot rear setbacks, correct?
Yes, they do.
And the property also lacks alley access, correct?
Many of them do, and this one in particular, yes.
And the lack of alley access and the 58-foot depth of the lot prevents the addition of parking spaces here, correct?
That is correct.
And this property qualifies as a transit served location, correct?
Yes, it does.
And as a transit served location, the zoning code allows the owner to reduce a parking requirement to 0 parking spaces, provided you have a bike parking space per dwelling unit, correct?
That is correct.
And the plans that are being provided show 4 indoor bike parking spaces, correct?
Yes, yes, it does.
And therefore satisfy the zoning code's requirement to reduce the parking spaces 0, correct?
That is correct.
And the multi-family building adjacent to the south has larger density and 0 parking spaces, correct?
That is true.
And due to the substandard depth of this property, the applicant requires these variations, correct?
Yes, yes, they are very necessary.
And you've designed many multifamily buildings in Chicago, correct?
True.
And the 58-foot depth of this lot is a hardship that this property faces, not typical of other lots in the city of Chicago, correct?
Correct.
And if this building contained all commercial uses, the building could be designed the same way as being proposed, correct?
That's true.
It is only the desire to have residential uses on the 2nd and 3rd floor rather than commercial uses that cause the variation, correct?
That is true.
And 2nd story and 3rd story residential use is more characteristic of the neighborhood than commercial uses, correct?
That is correct.
As such, strict compliance with the Chicago zoning ordinance would perpetuate a hardship on the applicant, correct?
Yes, it is.
Is the applicant's requested variations consistent with the stated purpose of the Chicago zoning ordinance's intent to enhance city housing options and around public transit?
Yes, it is.
And can the purpose and intent behind the Chicago zoning ordinance be fulfilled without obtaining these variations?
Yes, it is.
And does the requested variation promote the public health, safety, and general welfare by adding neighborhood housing stock?
Yes, it does.
And does the requested variations preserve and improve the overall quality of life for residents by adding residential options in the neighborhood and preserving an existing building?
Yes, they do.
And does the requested variations protect the character of the surrounding neighborhood by matching the addition to the existing 100-year-old 3-story building and preserving it?
In my opinion, yes.
Is the requested variations compatible with the land use and development patterns of the nearby area by having commercial ground floor and residential uses above?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Do the requested variations protect the character of the surrounding neighborhood? Or I'm sorry, strike that. Is the requested variation compatible with the land use and development patterns of the area by having ground floor commercial and residential uses above?
Yes, that's compatible.
Do the requested variations ensure adequate light, air, privacy, and access to neighboring properties?
Yes, it does.
And does the requested variation encourage environmentally responsible development practices by improving an existing building with its highest and best use?
Yes, it does.
Does the requested variation promote the rehabilitation and continued use of an existing older residential building that is over 100 years old?
Yes, it does.
And does the requested variations maintain and grow the range of housing choices and options in the community through added dwelling units?
Yes, it does.
Would the requested variations be injurious to the surrounding area?
No, they'll be very compatible.
And is the proposed project strictly compliant with the Chicago building code so as not to increase the danger of fire?
That is true.
And in your opinion, would the proposed project and requested variations impair the property values in the neighborhood?
Yeah.
No, they would not impair the property values.
Oh, they would not, I'm sorry. Yeah, they would not impair any values. They would actually improve the value, in my opinion.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our case in chief, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board at this time?
Hello, one question.
We're going to get to you. It was questions.
Question for their witnesses.
What's that?
It's a question for their witnesses.
Yes, I know. We're going to get to you in a second. The question that I just posed was whether the board members have any questions first. Then we're going to get to you.
Excuse me.
That's okay. So are there any questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, we are going to now go to the objectors. And we will start with James. James, do you want to, it's now your opportunity to not only state your objection, but also ask questions of the applicant.
I'll start with my statement.
Okay.
Dear Chairman Sanchez, we would like to voice our opposition to the proposed zoning variations for the proposed construction at 735 West Wrightwood. The applicant is seeking a reduction of the rear setback and additional parking spaces reserved for the building. The applicant has had the opportunity to create a sufficient architectural plan that shouldn't require the additional 30-foot setback. Also, the block has already seen a parking decrease of 2 spaces from 9 for a previous business, leaving only 7 spaces remaining for the residents on the south side of Wrightwood. Another 2 spaces removed from a busy street with 2 schools and heavy traffic should not be permitted when again, the builder has had the opportunity to include parking within the plans instead of taking 2 more spaces from residents to earmark for their own residents. There is another point that we would like to address as well, and that is the culling or denuding the trees in the adjacent Park West play lot. Currently, 4 trees overhang the 1-story building. If these are cut down for this expanded development, that will leave only 6 trees of the 13 trees that shaded the play lot when it was renovated approximately 18 years ago. This renovation was partly funded by the neighborhood. If the trees will be trimmed excessively on the east side, then we are concerned it will leave them unstable, creating a safety hazard in the park and to our condo building, which faces the park. We, the undersigned residents of Wrightwood Park Condo Association, urge the Zoning Board of Appeals to deny the proposed zoning variations for construction at 735 West Wrightwood. Thank you.
James, would you mind spelling your last name for me?
Sure. Mackin, M-A-C-K-I-N.
Thank you.
Okay, James, did you have questions for the applicant, the applicant's witnesses?
I do. The architecture, the architectural professional.
Okay.
You said that there are complications in the construction with building the parking underneath. Can you not figure out a way to do it? Is it impossible? That's the question.
So, yeah, there's just no access to the lot to do this. And in order to do a parking underneath, you also would need a ramp. And this lot is just definitely not big enough to do this. So we don't have the length or depth of the width of this lot to make that happen. And existing building also, the existing 3-story building is preventing that access as well. We would have to probably tear that down to make that happen. It's a street, we're facing with 2 streets. I guess, then we would need a curb cut either way. And it just would not be available to do this, such a small lot.
But it could be done, yes or no?
No, so we would not be able to make that happen.
You wouldn't, but can it be done is the question.
With some kind of elevator lifts and everything else, yes, but that's not allowed by zoning code.
But the answer is yes.
The answer is no, because the zoning department does not allow it. Physically, you could put something there, you could put it on a roof, but zoning will not allow that to happen.
Understood.
Do you have any other questions, James?
I do not.
Okay. Yeah, I see Claire Durkin has her hand raised. Claire, did you want to state an objection, or did you have a question, or?
Yes, both.
Okay.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes, please proceed.
All right, one thing that I've been confused about from the start is that the building of this application always uses the address 735 Wrightwood. But 735 Wrightwood is already a 3-story building. The building that would be expanded to go to 3 stories is actually 737 West Wrightwood, and I don't understand why the notice was posted on 735. They never have posted a notice on the building that actually is going to be expanded. As far as the expansion going, I also have been concerned, and you can see from those trees, and I've talked to the alderman about it, and he told me he was concerned about the trees as well, but if they are trimmed it's going to be more than trim. Anyway, I would like an arborist to say they could survive what all the branches that would have to be, I mean, they'd practically be cut in half, the trees themselves. So that's a concern. And of course, someone mentioned that it won't impair the value of anything. Well, I'm across the street, it will impair the value in the sense of I'll lose a lot of sunlight. I'm also just curious to know how the play lot, which is heavily used because there isn't much of that in this neighborhood, and whether that's going to be affected, maybe just during the construction, but anyway, I'm sure they're not taken away, or I doubt that they are. But otherwise, the main thing is why, I mean, 735 Wrightwood, like I said, is already 3 stories. So why are they not using the 737 address on anything? It seems like residents don't really realize, because of how the notice has been posted, that which building is looking for variance. That's it.
Would someone from the applicant like to respond to that question?
Yes.
I think I might have a clarity on this issue because, well, this is in addition to this existing building. So we're not creating a brand new building. This is an addition to the corner building.
So 735 is its address, and that's the housing certificate number that the city provided and associated with this project.
I thought it said 737 on the front door, but I'd have to go across and double check that. And why didn't they hang the sign on the door of the building that's going to be raised to 3 stories instead of put the notice on the other building?
Because
all I can do here is there's only one PIN number for that entire lot. We posted the signs in the most visible area. If you look at this picture, there's a little awning that to us felt like the middle, and it's also closer to the street. So we posted those signs there so everybody walking by would be able to read them. And it's a very prominent location with a black backdrop with those white signs, as you probably had to look at. And
well, it's actually the other door of the actual building that's going to be, would be just as prominent, if not more.
Exactly, but because the lot is listed as 735 Wrightwood, we wanted to put it in a location which we thought would be more visible than that. And that was the reasoning for it.
Okay, are there any other questions? Claire, do you have any other questions for the?
No, but whether anyone knows whether the trees will survive.
Well, we can answer that.
Go ahead.
The Park District is the only person that can approve and touch those trees. They would do we would have to make the request before construction. Park District would have to approve the request and do the trimming themselves. So it's all handled by the Park District and under their jurisdiction. So the city has to do that, not us. And before going down this road, Nick, you can answer, but you also hired an arborist to make sure that that's feasible so that we can go through the process.
We also hired our own consultant who provided a letter saying that the trees would be trimmed similarly to the trees that are against the condo building, and that they would all be protected. None of them are going to be cut down.
Claire, did you have any other questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay. Elise Bittner, did you want to?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I share Claire's concerns. There are trees that practically would need to be cut in half in order to, right now they overhang the 1-story building, so those trees would have to be removed or they would be cut in half. And I think we are very concerned about the structural integrity of the trees that would remain. So I hope that will be taken into consideration. Regarding to the parking, I believe I'm not sure who spoke to it, but if the owner who has other properties who do not have designated parking, again, it is a really busy intersection right there with 2 schools plus the park. Having taking away from that, the taking away spots makes it more difficult for the people who are trying to get their kids in and out of school there in the mornings and the afternoons. And even if the building has to forego designated parking, we hope that the city will not take away existing spots for residents. It's one of the few streets that is actually not zoned in that area. So other people, other visitors, people without parking stickers can still park on that road, and designating more of it for earmarking for residents of a particular building does not seem to be in line with common use.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any questions for the applicant?
No, it sounds like the trees question is now down to the park district. But I think everyone in our association is very concerned with the integrity of the remaining trees, especially since we've lost so many over the last few years.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. Elise, would you mind spelling your first and last name for me, please?
Elise, B like boy, ITT, N like Nancy, ER.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We are now going to return to the applicant for a brief rebuttal and closing.
Can I add one quick statement? I don't know if there's confusion, but we are not taking away any parking spots. We are adding bike spots to the back of the building. And I'm also providing and have 2 spaces on my property east of the building, providing parking spaces specifically for these 2 units. Although not required, I'm still doing that in addition to it. So I don't know if there's any confusion of anybody thinking that I'm going to have special parking in front of this building, but that is not the case.
Okay. All right, Councilor Manick, brief rebuttal and closing.
Yes, just to summarize, this lot's only 58 feet deep, which is, less than half what the city considers a standard depth lot. It's also faced with an existing legal non-conforming 100-year-old character building that the applicant's wishing to add on and just follow the rear setback that's established by that building, and which hasn't caused any issues to the surrounding developments. You can see by the block diagram that we submitted that every building on this block between Burling, Wrightwood, Halsted, and Yale all have 0 rear yard setbacks. Indeed, 747 West Wrightwood, which is a condo building some of the speakers talked from, that got a variation for 0 setbacks north, rear, front, or any of the sides, even with double the lot depth. That building was built on the property line, and if you look at the park, you can see that they also trimmed the branches of the tree. And that hasn't caused any problems for anybody else. So we're just simply doing what everybody else on this block has done. And we're keeping the character here. So that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board members before we take this under advisement? Hearing none, we will take this under advisement. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right, next up is calendar number 132-23-Z. This is 2562 South Hillcock. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. *9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone.
Well, she's probably too stressed out.
*6 if you to unmute if you're on the phone. Okay, Richard Petrovich, can you state your name and address, please?
Well, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Is that Richard?
No, this is Barry Ash.
Oh, I can hear you, Barry. Richard, can you state your name and address, please?
I don't see Richard on.
I see him here, but he's unmuted, but I can't hear him.
Oh, I see him appearing.
Oh, there we go. Sir, Richard, can you speak?
I think his audio device did not join the Zoom. Looks
like.
Oh,
Richard, are you there?
yeah. She's overwhelmed.
We
She's trying to
can
put
see him, but
together.
he's not.
Yeah.
He I don't know if he can hear us. Yeah, there's no microphone next to his name.
Now I see the lips move.
Chairman, with your permission, I can show the same message.
Yeah, show him the message.
Yeah. Wow.
For everyone on the call, you should have your technical issues resolved before you join this hearing.
Yeah, no, it's a lot you have to look at.
Can I?
He's in.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Richard.
We always,
Figured it out.
we
Thank
were
you.
like how to dress people, like some people go by maiden names.
Jeanette, you can reshare the screen. I'm sorry about that.
Mr. and Mrs., but-
Barry, you've got somebody speaking in the background. If you could, you know.
Okay, it's done.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
That's okay. Richard, can you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, Richard Petrovich, 2562 South Hillock Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60608.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Brian Hudson, can you state your name and address, please?
Brian Hudson, 1222 West Taylor, Unit 202, Chicago, Illinois, 60607.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Ash, you can take it away.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Barry Ash. I'm an attorney representing the applicant Richard Petrovich relating to a variation request for a construction of a garage at 2562 South Hillock. And just a few questions with Richard. Richard, how long have you lived in the premises or the property?
6 years, give 6 years,
And-
give or take.
And prior to you, or during your ownership, was there a garage present on the property?
There was.
And you had to take that down for any reason?
Yeah, the garage as well as the home, they're over 100 years old. The garage was just beyond repair and getting pretty dangerous.
Okay, so now you're looking to construct a new garage, and I see by the photos that you have a single family home, and it's a single story residence with a basement. So your surrounding neighborhood, you would say that you're probably in the below average square footage of a home in your neighborhood.
Yeah, I would say so. The home's only 900 square foot, give or take.
And the construction of the garage, you would like to have this accommodate your automobiles, but also hopefully provide a little additional storage space for you to, because of the size of your home, just to accommodate some other items.
Yep, pretty much.
Okay, and you're familiar that you signed an affidavit which we submitted to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and if you were further testified, that testimony would be consistent with the facts in the affidavit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would like to ask the architect, Brian Hudson, a few questions. Hi, Brian. Just to confirm, you were engaged by Richard to prepare the necessary plans to construct a garage on the property?
Yes.
And looking at the survey, you could see, and I'd like you just to explain quickly to the chairman and the board, the uniqueness of the lot and in the angle of the garage, which requires quite a bit of a setback. If you could just describe that, or relief, I should say.
I mean, for the most part, it's an odd triangular lot. So when you're doing calculations for setbacks, it gets a little tricky. So this was the best solution that we came up with to make this work. So hopefully this is something that's feasible for the committee.
And when we see the 34.73 foot to the 2 foot, a lot of that relates just to the angle of the alley in relationship to the lot.
Correct.
Okay, and as with Richard, as you know, you provided a signed affidavit to the board relating to this request, and if you were to further testify, would be consistent with the facts set forth in the affidavit?
Yes.
Okay, that'll close my testimony. Both Brian and Richard are available for any questions you or the board may have.
Yeah, I've got a question for Richard. Have you had any conversations with your neighbors about the relief that you're requesting?
The house west of my property has been vacant for pretty much since I've lived here. As you could see in the photos prior, you know, the lot and garage and everything has just been left just pretty much uninhabited. That would be that blue house to the right there. The house east of me, the neighbors are aware. You know, I've been living here 6 years. We don't communicate a whole lot. They seem to have renters in and out. I don't see the actual owners all that often. So, you know, they're aware, but we haven't had very many conversations about it. And of course, the posting in front of the house and
Sure.
whatnot to alert the neighbors.
To put it another way, at least to your knowledge, no one has made an objection to the relief that you're requesting?
No, sir.
Are there any other questions from the board members? Okay, I think we have what we need. We will take this under advisement.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good weekend.
You too. All right, next up is calendar number 133-23-S. This is for 2443 West 71st Street. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. It's *9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone. *6 to unmute if you're on the phone. And then you have to accept the promotion when we promote you.
Hello?
1 second. All right, Counselor Barnes, you have 2 witnesses?
I do, Mr. Chairman. There should be with us Miss Gladys Holyfield on behalf of the applicant, and then Mr. Joseph Ryan, our MAI certified appraiser.
Okay, great. Here. I'm actually, oh, here we go. Joe Ryan's coming in, I think. Yeah. Okay, and then we did have some others join. Mary Cottrell, are you here in support or objection of this matter?
Yes.
Which one? Support or objection?
Oppose, objection.
Oppose. Okay. Let's see. I think we have some others here.
Even if you type 133, the case number on top, then it arrows it down, just shows you the people for this.
Yeah, Halif, if you could unmute. Halif, if you can unmute.
How's that?
Now we can hear you. Are you here in support or objection?
Objection.
Okay. Khalil Shabazz, if you could unmute and let us know if you're in support or objection.
Objection.
Okay. Is there anyone else here in support or objection of this matter that I have not called? I think that's everybody. Okay, all right. First, I'm going to get the witnesses sworn in. Gladys, can you state your name and address, please? Oh, you're muted right now. Gladys, you're muted.
Miss Holyfield, yep, there you go.
Gladys J. Holyfield, 2443 West 71st Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60629.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just since I see that we have Ms. Holyfield's husband, Alvin, with us as well, just maybe for a matter of efficiency, just in case he does want to testify, since he will be a part owner, do you want to swear him in at this time?
Sure.
Alvin.
Sure. Alvin, could you state your name and address, please?
Alvin Holyfield, address 2443 West 71st Street.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Joe Ryan, I've sworn you in today already, correct?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, yes, and the board has recognized your expertise today as well.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the objectors. Mary Cottrell, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Mary Cottrell, spelled Cottrell, and I reside, Chicago, Illinois, 60629. I reside at 2450 West 71st Street, Chicago, Illinois. Right across the street from the premises affected.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I affirm, yes.
Thank you. Halif, can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Halif Muhammad, MUHAMMAD, 2435 West 71st Street, 60620.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Khalil Shabazz, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Khalil Shabazz. I represent 2435 West 71st Street, 60620.
Oh, when you say you represent, is that your address?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, that is my address. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, before we begin, let me read a statement about how this is going to proceed. Okay, I want to remind everyone, this is not a town hall. This is a hearing, so we as the board are looking for evidence that either supports or does not support the applicant's case. Here is how the hearing is going to proceed. First, the applicant will put on their case and all of their witnesses. Then we'll turn to the objectors, and the objectors can put on their case as to why they're in objection, as well as ask questions of the applicant's witnesses. After that, the applicant can ask questions of the objectors. Then we'll return to the applicant for rebuttal testimony and closing remarks. After that, the board will take the matter under advisement. Throughout the hearing, board members may ask questions of both the applicant and the objectors. So with that, Councilor Barnes, please put on your case.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the board. Good afternoon, officially. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks, located right here in Chicago, Illinois. I'm happy to be here on behalf of the applicant PG6 Incorporated, which was founded and is solely owned by Ms. Holyfield and her husband, Elvin, who are also here with us today. Mr. Chairman, I just realized maybe before I continue, was there a recommendation from the department on this matter since it's a special use?
Thank you for the reminder, Councilor.
Sorry, I know you like to, do that at the beginning.
I appreciate you reminding me before you start going.
Of course.
Let me read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 133-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed tavern, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, PG6 Inc. 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the Alta NSPS Land Title Survey dated May 9, 2022, prepared by Pi Surveying Group, and the floor plan and elevation plans and documents dated August 20, 2021, prepared by Beehive. 3, the tavern use is contained solely within the single-story commercial building. And 4, no outdoor space can be utilized for tavern use without prior review and approval by the Zoning Board of Appeals of an expansion of this special use.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I will continue now. As I said, I'm very happy and blessed to be here on behalf of the applicant today, Ms. Holyfield and her husband, Alvin, who own PG6 Incorporated. The applicant is seeking to establish and to operate a tavern at the subject property, which is presently improved with a 1-story commercial building that has been perpetually vacant for many, many years and was actually abandoned by the prior occupant, which upon information and belief was a barber shop. The subject property is located at the crossroads of the Chicago Lawn and Marquette Park neighborhoods. It is located on a stretch of 71st Street, which is generally comprised of smaller local businesses that are intended to service the many residents of this vibrant neighborhood. Unfortunately, this particular part of the neighborhood, especially along this stretch of 71st Street, has been plagued by vacancies, including, as you've seen, the subject building for many years, which has created an adverse environment for the residents and the families that comprise the neighborhood and the community. Accordingly, this immediate part of the neighborhood is also vastly underserved with respect to local restaurants, taverns, and other communal social spaces. As I indicated, the subject and the picture photographs show the subject property is improved with a one-story brick building and a detached frame garage. The existing building was abandoned many years ago and has remained vacant since such time. Based on our research, the subject property was last occupied by a barber shop, which would have also required a special use in order to operate under the current zoning ordinance. In the interest of reactivating this longtime blighted property, Ms. Holyfield and her husband, who are longtime residents of this same neighborhood, recently purchased the subject property with the intent and desire to establish and to operate a tavern therein, which will service, again, the residents of the local community. Towards that end, Ms. Holyfield and her husband specially designed and programmed the tavern to specifically service the residents of the vibrant neighborhood, including their own family, and to provide a safe environment within which to socialize and to prosper together as a community. Operationally speaking, the programming calls for the provision and service of on-premise liquor sales and consumption only, with no full-service prepared foods available. For the convenience of their patrons, however, non-alcoholic beverages will also be available, and as well, perhaps some prepackaged foods such as potato chips and pretzels. Patrons will also be permitted to order food to be delivered and or picked up from many of the other neighboring restaurants along Western Avenue in particular, thereby supporting and promoting the other local businesses in the community. There will be no cover charge or cover fee charged in order to gain entry into the tavern. The applicant intends to be open to the public 7 days a week from 11 o'clock a.m. until 2 o'clock a.m. Monday through Saturday, and from 1 o'clock p.m. until 2 o'clock a.m. on Sundays. The applicant intends to employ a full-time staff of at least 10 to 12 individuals, which such team will include shift managers, wait staff, licensed bartenders, as well as at least 2 security guards. All of these new employees and staff will be hired from within the immediate community. At least at least one or both Mr. and Ms. Holyfield, as well as their son Danny, who also lives in the neighborhood, will be on site every single day and within the operating premises at all operational hours. For over a year prior to the submission of this application and continuing literally up until this very morning, Ms. Holyfield and her husband have directly reached out to and continued engaging with both Alderman Curtis, the very current alderman of the 17th ward or 18th ward, excuse me, within which the property is located, as well as with Alderman David Moore, who is the alderman of the 17th ward. This property will be moving into that ward effective May 20th. As well, I too have been in communication with both aldermen. By and through these communications, Ms. Holyfield and her husband also personally met with many of the residents and other business owners in the neighborhood to discuss their venture and ways that they can operate, which will best service the community, while also supporting the other local businesses. So to help bring back some much needed and desired economic and social vitality to this community. Towards these very same ends, the applicant has a petition of support, which is signed by 50 residents and property owners in the immediate area, as well as a separate petition that has been signed by some of the business owners in the local community, and in particular along 71st Street. Alderman Curtis as well has also provided a letter of support. All of these letters of support and petitions are a part of the ZBA record, Mr. Chairman. With that, if there are no particular questions for me, I would be happy to move on to my witnesses.
Please proceed.
Sure. Ms. Holyfield, if you may please go back on the record and just once more state your name.
Gladys J. Holyfield.
Thank you. And Ms. Holyfield, your family has been a part of this community for well over 27 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you lived right around the corner from this property. Is that right?
Yes.
And very sadly and tragically, you lost your home in 2020 due to a fire. Is that correct?
Yes.
But with such meaningful memories of the community, your adult son, Danny, is actually rebuilding that home as we speak. Is that correct?
Yes.
So your family will remain residents of this community. Is that also true?
Yes.
And then you and your husband, although you had to relocate due to the fire, still live within the immediate area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Holyfield, before your ventures into the hospitality industry, is it true that you were an employee of the U.S. Postal Service?
That's correct.
And upon your retirement, you actually received pretty profound public accolades from the local congressman. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as well, but similar towards these same ends, your family also has significant experience in the industry, having owned 3 restaurants throughout the city of Chicago. Is that true?
That's correct.
And again, Ms. Holyfield, if the subject special use is approved today, you intend to be very personally involved in the everyday operations of the tavern. Is that right?
Yes.
And towards that end, your intention and Alvin's intention in bringing this to the community is that you're really lacking any meaningful socialization spaces within the community that also serve as kind of safe spaces. Is that correct?
Yes.
While also bringing a lot of much needed economic vitality and activation back to this stretch of 71st Street. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Towards these ends, Ms. Holyfield, I've already indicated to the board, but is it true that you and Alvin personally have spent the last over 1 year reaching out to the many residents, business owners, representatives of the local community?
Yes, that's correct.
And along those lines, you've met with both aldermen as well as, like I said, many of the residents, as well as the business owners in this neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as well, you have continued to engage with and participate in the local CAPS meetings. Is that right?
Yes.
And to reached out to the local 8th District Police Commander, who has actually been working with you on a security plan for the tavern. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have commitments from both the 8th District Police Commander and his local beat police officers that they will help also patrol the neighborhood in addition to the security measures that you intend to install for the new tavern. Is that correct?
Yes.
Keeping with that, is it true that in addition to the employees that you intend to hire to staff the actual bar or tavern, that you have already met with and will, if approved here today, will be contracting with a local security agency that will be providing at least two full-time security agents for the tavern?
That's correct.
And those agents will be on site at all times during operational hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Holyfield, in addition to the 2 security agents that will physically be manning the tavern, is it true that you also intend to install a pretty robust security system within the tavern and surrounding the tavern, which will include security cameras?
Yes.
And again, through your engagement with the local police and commander, all of the footage from the security cameras will be immediately accessible to the police officers and the Office of Emergency Management. Is that true?
Yes.
Thank you. And towards those same ends, Ms. Holyfield, I know you're very dedicated to the community. And again, you really wanted this as to be a collaborative community project. So is it true that you're also committed to hosting local hiring events
Yes.
within the community? And that will
Yes.
be to hire your staff, is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, you also intend to sponsor some of the local and neighborhood sports teams who play over at Marquette Park. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition, you are going to do back to school bag and supply giveaways, as well as holiday toy drives and turkey collections and things like that during the holidays. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you so much, Ms. Holyfield.
Thank you.
I have no further questions of Ms. Holyfield, but if you, Mr. Chairman, or any of the commissioners do, we'd be happy to entertain those.
Any questions from the board at this time? Okay, there's no questions right now. I do actually, someone's got their hand raised in the attendees, and I want to promote this person just for a second to find out if they're here for this case or not. 1 second. Emmanuel Omar, if you could unmute. Hi.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Are you here for calendar number 133-23-S?
I am.
Okay, all right, because you just have the wrong number in your title. Are you here in support or objection of this matter?
I'm kind of in the middle here. I want to add some color, and that is about the safety of the community. I'm
Okay.
a former.
Okay, all right. Before you start, we'll get to you, but let me get you sworn in. Could you state your name and address, please?
Emmanuel Omar, 2324 West 71st Street, about 2 blocks from this location.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. At this point right now, we're in the applicant's case, so I'm going to go back to the applicant, but once we're done with the applicant's case, we're going to get to the objectors and you. So you'll have your moment. I'll call on you later, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, and back to you, Councilor Barnes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. With that, I will move on to Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, if you can please go back on the record and just once more state your name.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ryan. And you were retained by the applicant in order to provide an evaluation of the subject property and the surrounding area and improvements in order to confirm whether the proposed new tavern at this particular location would satisfy all of the standards and criteria for a special use as set forth in the current zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Ryan, did you have an opportunity to go to the subject property and to inspect not just the subject property, but the surrounding area?
I did.
And Mr. Ryan, could you please briefly describe to the board some of your observations? Your relevant observations?
Real estate wise, the property fits very well into and conforms to the surrounding environs. It's 1-story, single tenant building. 71st Street is a secondary arterial. A lot of small businesses right along that stretch of West 71st Street. Western Avenue is the main arterial in the neighborhood, but so it fits into the character of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Towards those same ends and along with those observations, in addition to the smaller local businesses that you found along 71st Street, is it true that there are also several vacancies, in particular with regard to the storefronts along that stretch of 71st Street?
Yes, along 71st Street and along many of the arterials in the city now, unfortunately.
Thank you. And Mr. Ryan, you're familiar with the proposed operating procedures for the tavern. Is it your professional opinion that based on the proposed operating procedures for the tavern, that use at the subject property is compatible with the other businesses in the local community?
Yes, there are licensed taverns throughout the city of Chicago that operate and conform to the surrounding environs, and there's no reason that this establishment should be any different.
Thank you. Real quickly then, Mr. Ryan, is it your professional opinion that the proposed tavern at this location is in the interest of the public convenience and it will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of this particular neighborhood?
Yes, it will not have any negative impact whatsoever.
Thank you. And again, just once more, is it your professional opinion that the proposed tavern is compatible with the character of the surrounding area, not only in site planning and building scale, but also in operational characteristics?
Yes, it's an 1,100 square foot building that fits well into the neighborhood.
And then once more, do you believe that the tavern with the proposed operating procedures is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
Yes.
So with that, is it then your professional opinion that the proposed tavern with the operating procedures that have been put in place does in fact satisfy and meet and comply with all of the standards and criteria for a special use as set forth under the current zoning ordinance?
Yes.
And Mr. Ryan, your observations and your conclusions were memorialized into a report that was tendered to the board prior to these proceedings. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that were made in your report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I have no further questions for Mr. Ryan at this point, but we'd be happy again to take any.
Any questions from the board at this time? Okay, hearing none, we are going to turn now to the objectors to state their objections and, if they wish, ask questions of the applicant and the applicant's witness. Let's start with Mary Cottrell. If you could unmute.
Okay.
There, okay, great. We can hear you now, and go ahead and state your objection.
Okay, my objection is with over 50 people who signed a petition opposing the tavern at 2443 West 71st Street. This petition was submitted to Alderman David Moore. Now, the residents who signed the petition of opposition had many concerns. There was a whole lot of complaints, but there was one in particular negative impact that stood out. And that one is the safety of our children in this community. See, the tavern is in the middle of the block between Artesian and Campbell. There's daycare centers at each end, at the beginning, Artesian, and at the end of the next block going crossways on 71st would be Campbell. Yeah, Artesian and Campbell. So this tavern would be right in the middle. And namely, we have Miss Collins. She owns 2434 West 71st. She has the Little Spout Daycare Center on the corner of Artesian. Then on further down, you have Miss Ethel Daniels. She got Mother's Touch Daycare Center at 2501 West 71st Street. That's on the corner of Campbell. Now, both of these daycare centers are within 100 feet of the proposed tavern. And they were really, we're concerned about our children. It's a lot going on already in the community. We don't want to bring in any other negative impacts. So,
Mr. Sanchez, or sorry, excuse me, Chairman Sanchez, I don't mean to interrupt, Ms. Cottrell, I just do need to get this on the record just to preserve it. I would just like to object to any hearsay from any witnesses that are not present today to speak as to their position with regard to the daycare center, or sorry, excuse me, with regard to the tavern. There was speak of two individuals who own the daycare centers.
Sure, I understand your objection. It's sustained as to people who aren't here.
Well,
hold up. But Ms. Cottrell can voice her own objection.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Based on the daycare centers.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank
okay.
you.
Go ahead.
They did sign the petition.
Oh, and again, I'm sorry.
Ms. David.
Hold up.
Ms. Davis signed the petition.
Yes, Ms. Cottrell, the issue is that they're not here to testify and they need to be. So you can't testify on their behalf, but you can testify on your own behalf in your own objection regarding the tavern with the daycares on the street.
I was just verifying that we have two daycare centers. I was just letting them know that we have two daycare centers here and the tavern is moving right in the center. That's all. That's a fact. Of course, I spoke with the daycare owners. I don't have to testify them like Ms. Davis. She signed the petition herself, so the alderman has it.
For the record, yeah, the alderman may have it, but we don't. We don't have a petition of objections.
That's that was also, I never received.
Yeah, we do not have a petition of objections. It's not in the record for this.
So again, I just extend my hearsay on.
Well, let the record show that it was submitted to Alderman Monday.
The objection is sustained.
Thank you.
Alderman does have it, so it's a fact. But there was many other complaints. I'm not going to deal with those because to me, the people who were concerned about our children and the parents in these daycare centers, they were quick to sign the opposing petition because of their children. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Before, did you have any questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay. Let's go to let's go to Halif Muhammad. If you could unmute. Halif Muhammad, if you could unmute.
Oh, yeah, I was in the wrong thing. Sorry.
There you go. You're okay.
Morning.
Good morning or good afternoon now. Go ahead and state why you're here, why you're in objection on this matter.
I'm objecting because I'm one of the co-founders of the organization CROW that is at 2435 West 71st Street. We've been in existence over there for 36 years, and we're religious based archival, and media outlet. And we find the idea of a tavern being in the block would provide some kind of impediment to the kind of promotion that we're doing there. As well as the previous caller referenced the 2 daycare centers that are in the community that everybody else seems to think is okay to bring more. I don't know where you've been. If we're trying to promote social well-being and we're gonna bring in impediments that is produced right up the street with intoxicants, with people, we got shootings in the neighborhood. We just said we own a parking lot that's directly across the street from us next to one of the daycare centers. And they shooting over there now. And if they go to drinking in Canton in a little small place like that where parking is a premium in that part of 71st Street, it's just objectionable to whatever we're trying to do here.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any questions for the applicant?
I think it wouldn't be conducive for them to be they should be in Marquette Park where they got sponsorship.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Khalil Shabazz. If you could unmute and then tell us why you're in objection.
Yes, hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Khalil Shabazz, and I'm a member of the organization that the aforementioned caller and brother had referenced, Crow.
And let me just stop you for a second. Do you agree with his objection?
Yes, I do. Yeah,
And-
yes,
and
I do.
Okay, great. And because I want to avoid just repeating the same objection, do you have anything new to add in objection?
The only thing I would say is that this area, as the brother said, has seen its fair share of violence. I work here, so I'm here 5 days a week. So I'm very intimate with the community and the community affairs around here, as well as maintaining and keeping up the property here. And I was here to witness one of the shootings that happened right across the street. As a matter of fact, one of the co-workers here, he had called the police to come get, and check on the brother and get this brother taken to the hospital. So we already see a lot of the violence that is going on here. I've grown up here. I grew up right down the street. So I've known this neighborhood my entire life. And we feel that adding something like a tavern would not bode well for or be conducive to creating an environment on this block that would push us forward in any way, shape, or form. I could see maybe a clothing store or something that, is providing goods, goods that are tangible goods, whether that be, nails, a nail shop, clothing, or whatever, but something such as a tavern that offers intoxicants, I just don't think it'll bode well. But I share the concerns with both of the objectors and callers before me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you have any questions for the applicant?
No, I did not.
Okay.
No, I pretty much got everything that I need to know.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's
you.
turn to Emmanuel Omar. If you could unmute and tell us, well, I guess you were on the fence. Are you in objection of this matter?
I'm not against business. I'm not against people making money.
Okay.
I recognize the blight in the community, as one of the people was saying, but we work hard in the community to clean it up and actually clean up the people in the community. I am a long-term member of this community. I moved in this area in the early 80s. My family moved in back when they had to deal with the Nazis when they was here, and they didn't want any Black people in Marquette Park. So I go back a bit. I'm I was on the, I was with an organization called CANS, which was stood for the Chicago Alliance for Neighborhood Safety. I was the 8th District Facilitator for CAPS for several years. I was on the board of the Southwest Community Congress, which is a defunct organization right now, but did great work when they were around. I was a precinct captain here. I've been on commissions for zoning commissions. We got Walgreens here back in the, under Virgil Jones, Alderman Virgil Jones back in the day, as well as this recently, this new gas station that was built on the corner of 71st and Western. So I'm very intimate with the community from a safety perspective. And I don't know if a tavern would be a good idea because of the recent rebuttals of other people. But there has been murders in this on that corner, particular corner of 71st and Artesian, and one murder is still unsolved. It's dangerous. It has been dangerous. If you could check the police record, it has been a lot of violence on this particular corner. I don't think that I agree with other people who say that people coming in and out of a bar would not help the situation because in particular, before you mentioned that the place used to be a barbershop, but for about a year ago, it was used as an all-night party place. And one morning, one Sunday morning, while we were coming in for religious services, there was two shot bodies laying in the corner of 71st and Artesian. So once again, when I say I'm kind of sitting on the fences, I want you to know particularly that I'm not against business. I'm not against Miss Gladys's business. She is indeed a long-term member of the community, and I agree with that. I've known her and her family for some time, but even I myself have suffered in that particular alley, a couple of blocks down, a family member being murdered in a garage there, and even Miss Holyfield has lost a family member in the alley there too, some 20-some years ago, through gun violence. So we trying to change the community around. I heard the man say that the place fits into the character of the community, but he didn't sound so upbeat and positive about it. We trying to have an upbeat and positive attitude about our community here and changing this whole strip around. We do want business on 71st Street. We would love to see more business that has been lost from 71st Street. We just lost the beauty shop was across the street. There used to be a restaurant there. There was a packaging place there that did posted stuff. McKinley Family Services was on the corner just up until maybe a year or so ago. So we do have a vibrant community, and we want it to stay vibrant and positive. So this is where I'm coming from. You know, from a community safety perspective, I once again want it known that I personally am not against business, and I want it to be known, openly known, that I am a member of the religious organization on the corner there, and I work hard to keep the community clean by cutting grass, picking up paper, and things of that nature to beautify the area. So that is where I'm coming from, a purely community safety perspective. I don't see where a bar would add to it, but what I would like to say to Ms. Holyfield is I heard about the security perspective, the security she may be adding, but you know, will they be armed? Because we kind of don't want guns right around here, you know. Sometimes accidents happen and things of that nature. So anything in the community that can better the community, that's good. But we're very concerned about the safety in the community. And I think that I have discussed this with the opposition and then those that are for this program. So that's all I have to say. I think I hope you take what I say into consideration. I'm not, once again, against business, but I am very, very pro safety, and that's something that stands out because we have had death and murder. And in fact, the one stop should say the quick stop.
Mr.
store.
Omar, I don't mean to cut you off, but I do get what you're saying here, and it's getting a little bit redundant, and we have many cases today. Is there anything?
Thank you for hearing what
wanted
I'm
to
saying.
add?
So thank you for hearing what I had to say.
Okay.
And we have a very beautiful community here, despite what the one guy said about the character. We got good character.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board commissioners at this time? Okay, let's go back to the applicant for rebuttal and hopefully brief closing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank all of the other witnesses for participating today and for airing your concerns. They're all valid. I want you to know you have been heard. I want to thank Mr. Emmanuel in particular. I know he's helped to facilitate dialogue, like he said, kind of on both sides of the table, so to speak. Towards those ends, I would just real quickly for rebuttal, since there were some facts and concerns thrown out there, I'd like to put Miss Holyfield on real quickly, back on the record, please. Miss Holyfield, can you unmute yourself and go back on the record, please? Are you there? Miss Holyfield, you'll need to unmute yourself.
Okay, I did.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Holyfield, I don't mean to go to a past place of hardship for you, but I just want to emphasize that security and safety of your community is of primary and predominant importance to you and your husband. Is that true?
Very important, very.
Having lost a family member to that son. So towards that end, that was actually one of your motivations for wanting to reactivate this vacant site, was to get people off the streets and give them a place to socialize as a community. So to deter that type of adverse activity, is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And that's why you're so also invested in your efforts with CAPS and with the local police, and towards making a security plan that has been reviewed and approved by those current public servants and police officers, to ensure that this business is of utmost safety and for the public. Is that right?
That's correct.
So towards those ends, in addition to the security, are you willing to work with the community, continue to work with the community on what they perceive will be the best programming for the security? You heard Emmanuel indicate that they didn't want the guards to be armed, but instead maybe they could have some other de-escalation tactics. Would you be willing to work with the community on your security procedures?
Yes, 100%.
And along those lines, the security will be experienced and will be directed that if they observe any of your patrons acting unruly or even indicating the slightest activity that could become a nuisance, your security officers will handle that. And if they believe it's of concern, will be directed to immediately call the police. Is that correct?
Yes.
And also you and your husband will provide not only both of the aldermen, but all of the local community organizations, CAPS, police commanders, with your direct phone numbers in case anyone has any concerns. Is that also true?
Yes, that's correct.
And that same commitment goes to any of the residents or other inhabitants of the community. If they want to have access to you, you're willing to provide your direct contact information. Is that also true?
That's correct.
And Ms. Holyfield, just for the record, you did have an opportunity to speak multiple times with Emmanuel as well as Ms. Cottrell prior to this hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in doing so, that's because you want to truly be a good neighbor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so you'll continue to engage with them should the proposed special use be approved here today. Is that right, Ms. Holyfield?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions of Ms. Holyfield. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you or any of the board members do.
Are there any questions from the board?
Just one. This is Commissioner Esposito. Can you just describe the alderman's disposition on this case and application?
Sure, Commissioner Esposito. So we're in a little bit of a unique situation. When we first started this, actually Ms. Holyfield and her husband started this process over a year ago prior to ever retaining me. And they started that with Alderman Curtis because the property is currently located in the 18th Ward, where it has been for the last at least decade. So they worked very closely with Alderman Curtis and followed all of his recommendations for reaching out to the community and engaging with the community for the past year towards garnering the support and providing the information necessary for the proposed use. At the end of a very long, I think over 9 months of that community engagement, and the petition of support that was provided to the board, Alderman Curtis did actually provide a letter of support. Fast forward a little over a month ago, maybe 2 months ago now, we learned that the subject property will be moving into the 17th ward with the remapping that is effective on May 20th. So we immediately reached out to Alderman Moore, the alderman of the 17th ward, who has been reelected, and just gave him again information on the proposal. And Alderman Moore respectfully, and again, this is what he told us, was deferring to Alderman Curtis since Alderman Curtis had already spent so much time vested in it. And so Alderman Moore did not take a position because he was not actively involved in the 12+ months of community review. And with regard to the petition of opposition that was allegedly provided to Alderman Moore, he never contacted me with that. And Commissioner Esposito, I had direct contact with Alderman Moore on this application all the way up until this last Tuesday of this week. So Tuesday the 18th. So I was not aware of any opposition, and the Alderman Moore has not contacted me with any opposition or concern.
That's clarifying. Thank you.
Sorry, it's a unique situation.
Any other questions from the board?
Counselor, I got one. This is Commissioner Toya. You said you just found out a month ago that this was being remapped into the 17th ward. If I'm correct, these ward maps been out for a while now.
Yeah, no, sorry.
So I know you're pretty on top of things. So I was taken back when you said you only were, knew a month ago that it was in the 17th ward.
We had, again, all of the work or all of the community engagement had been done with Alderman Curtis for over the past year. So we had thought that we would complete the process while it was, and that was the desire of Alderman Curtis, was to do it prior to the remapping. So then once we realized, I think, more robustly that it was moving into the 18th ward. That's, we started reaching out. I have, that's on me for not realizing it sooner, perhaps. But we were just so vested in all of the community review with Alderman Curtis that I just didn't realize it sooner. That's on me. Very good question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I did just want really quickly just to put Mr. Ryan on for 2 more questions, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Ryan, can you please go back on the record?
Certainly.
We heard that there's some concern regarding the proximity to the 2 daycare centers in the neighborhood. You've been doing this for well over 20 years. Have you observed a tavern operating within close proximity to a daycare center in the past?
Yes.
Have you
Happens quite
ever?
often on these commercial strips because the daycares operate in the same footprint as a tavern would, smaller single tenant type uses. They become interspersed, but primarily they have different hours of operation. The daycare centers more early morning and early afternoon, where the taverns typically open 11 a.m. noon time and are open later at night. So there's really not quite a lot of overlap.
And you're not aware of any statistics that show that there's an adverse impact on daycare centers operating in close proximity to a tavern, are you, Mr. Ryan?
No.
Towards that same end, the municipal code for business licensing with regard to liquor licensing does not identify a daycare center as in a use that should be regulated due to proximity. Is that also true?
That's correct.
Which yields a presumption that a daycare facility and a tavern are mutually compatible. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then lastly, with regard to an increase in crime and public safety, similarly, are you aware of any statistics or data that show that crime increases near a tavern?
No.
Um,
And again, this is an 1,100 square foot building. It's quite small and community based, so I do not see a problem.
And as we heard, there's already existing crime in the neighborhood and has actually occurred in the vacant building based on your experience as an appraiser, again, for over 20 years here in Chicago. Is it your professional opinion, and is there data that show that a vacant building actually has more of a significant adverse impact on a community and can be inviting to nuisance more so than an active business?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ryan. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for my witnesses, and I think my closing can be summed up in those questions, but we did, I just want to reiterate, this is intended to be a community-based business with the main priority on public safety. Towards those ends, I did talk to Ms. Holyfield, and I know that she's open to continuing to, again, engage with the other business owners, including the daycare centers in the neighborhood, as well as our neighbors, Crow and Ms. Cottrell. And if any changes are suggested regarding the operating characteristics, should the special use be approved here today, Ms. Holyfield is absolutely open to such changes and modifications. So with that, we just thank everyone for your time and your consideration, and we very, very respectfully do request the support of this honorable board. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and thank you everyone for coming in and expressing your concerns about the matter. We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
All right, it's 1 o'clock. So here's what I'm going to propose we do here. I'm first going to propose that we go into closed session to deliberate on what we've heard so far, come back, vote, and then the board, I'm going to propose that we take a lunch. But for right now, I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. For those viewing by the live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in closed session.
series with the Colorado Avalanche. Francis is sports and the arena. And before we hit the break, here's a look at today's team question from Tuesday. Wasn't chosen because it had with mixed annual events. It is an issue of business. And then using hashtag Olympics. True one-stop shop for fire sprinkler and related testing and you name it, we've done it. Schools, office buildings, residential, we've been there for over 35 years. Schedule your service at Watergate Fire Foundation. We have any information with fire pits.
All right. I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve application for calendar number 119-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 120-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 121-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 122-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 123-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 124-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 125-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 126-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 127-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 128-23-Z and 129-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 130-23-Z and 131-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 132-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 133-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
No.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. Okay. And I move that we recess for lunch until 2 o'clock. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. We are in recess until 2 o'clock.